Good morning, hello, and welcome to the 2024 Teesside O Plate live here from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough. I'm David Sullivan. Our practice session is just about coming to an end, and we will start the day with Coma and Iami Bambino together for the first heat of the day. 2 heats and a final for the Teesside O Plate. The points from the 2 heats will get us our final grid, and then we'll be handing out the Teesside O Plates at the end of the race day here today. We've got 7 heats in the first cycle, with 1 defending O Plate champion on the grid in Connor Lucas in Senior Pro Karts. We have another O Plate holder, or 2 other O Plate holders, but they're in different classes this year. That's Thomas Potter, Honda Cadet O Plate from last year. He is in Honda R200 this year. Addison Smith, Junior Rotax O Plate from last year. He goes in Senior Pro Kart this time round. So 1 defending, but with 3 O Plate holders and a few 2024 champions as well, some of whom have moved into different classes. We'll speak about them throughout the day. We will also be going through some of our favourite memories of the 2024 season. We had a lot of people messaging me over the last couple of days after I put a post out, and they have sent in their favourite memories and moments of the 2024 season. We'll be running through them throughout the race day here then at Teesside Autodrome. So we'll start with Coma Bambino. It's a bit of a mix-up this time round. Normally, Pro Kart end the day. They're going to go out second after the Bambinos. Then it'll be Honda Cadet. Then it's going to be Inter Rotax and Honda R200 on a mixed grid between the 2 of them. We'll have the Inter Rotax going off first with the Hondas behind them. Junior Rotax will follow, and then it's Micromax, and we'll end our cycle of heats with Senior Rotax for race number 7 of the morning here at Teesside. 7 minutes will be on the clock as we just await the arrival of our Bambinos. Qualifying took place yesterday for all of our classes. So some of our classes, those juniors and seniors that normally have a random grid, they took part in qualifying yesterday for the first time in a long time here at Teesside. So we'll run through our Iami grid first, because they will go off in front of Coma, because they are the quicker of the 2 Bambino classes. Heath Smith qualified on pole position by 1/10 of a second from Logan Edwards. Those 2 drivers in the 81 and the 21 respectively, very evenly matched in qualifying yesterday. Row 2, Hugh Riley and Matty Smith, with Shay Downey and Teddy Smith on row number 3 in front of Reggie Hadfield. Then we move into Comas, and it was another tight qualifying at the front. Hendrix Fallat 1/10.5 quicker than Wraith Owen. Row number 2, Isaac Young and Verity Crawford. Max St. Hilaire and Sullivan Crawford on row number 3. Mac McDonald on row number 4. So it's going to be very, very tight for our Bambinos again, particularly at the front on a tricky surface. It's probably a little bit damper now than what it was yesterday after a day's running. So no overnight rain, but just a lot of moisture in the air means that the track surface is very, very slippy. Be wondering, it's been called an open meeting. I don't think anybody's going to go slicks today, particularly early doors. We might see it later on in Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax, where our runners do get a little bit more heat into a stickier tyre compound. Pro Kart will definitely see some slicks, because the seniors don't have a choice. They don't have a wet option. It's slicks, and more slicks, even if the circuit is under 3 foot of water. Juniors, however, they do have an option with their wet tyre in Senior Pro Kart, so they will go off behind the seniors normally, except on a day where it's very, very wet, and then sometimes we bump them all the way up to the front. So thank you very much for joining us. Live chat is open for anybody that wants to get in touch with us in the commentary box. Maybe you're not here, but you do want to let us know what your favourite memory of racing in 2024 was. Please do get in touch. We've got plenty. We'll run through them periodically throughout the day. You may also notice that I'm on my own this weekend. Tom Butterworth unavailable. So it is just myself, which does mean that the commentary box door is open if anybody does want to come and have a chat with me. There's a spare headset vacated by Mr. Butterworth. He has let me know what his favourite memory of 2024 one, which is ironically one of my worst memories of 2024 because it involved him having a 10-minute rant at Le Mans about team names. So we'll touch on that in a little bit more detail later on. But yeah, if anybody, if you're out on track and you want to come and let me know how your heat went, or if you are here watching rather than racing this weekend, come and have a chat in the commentary box. Don't be shy, it's very accommodating. The door's open, just knock and come in and we'll have a chat with you. Maybe you're a parent on the bank and you want to watch the race from a slightly different perspective. You can watch your child race with a headset on. And as long as you're not going to get too excited and we have to beep out any words, that would be amazing. Come and join me. It will be fantastic. Just waiting then for our iArmy grid to make their way out. They'll lead out the comas and then we'll be away here then at Teesside for the first of what will be 21 races today. And as a special treat, we are back tomorrow as well with some two-wheeled action. It's Moped Mayhem tomorrow. Live here from Teesside. I don't know if we've got a live stream link for that up yet, but it will be on the TSK-Motorsport media page. And I do have to find out what time we're starting, so I arrive in time. So I haven't had the memo for that. It's 11 o'clock for the race, so do tune in tomorrow for that. It's a lot of fun. And we'll be using the full international circuit, the 24-hour karting layout for those of you that tuned in earlier in the year in August for the British 24-hour race. So we'll be using the full layout, including the infield section at hairpin number 1, which we don't normally use when we run bikes and similar. Well, when I've covered scooters here before, but we do use it for Moped Mayhem, and we are looking forward to that race day tomorrow. So iArmy's almost ready to go. Marshall's waiting down at the dog leg. You can see them there in the background. The three gentlemen on the right-hand side in orange. They're not Marshall's. They're our photography team here at Teesside. So we'll be some fantastic pictures of your winter O-plate. This time of year, it's perfect for photos. The camera, sort of the light being low, just gives you a real different perspective. You get the sun low in the background, glistening off the karts, the circuit reflecting as well with this damp surface. So we remove the cup off my headset, see if I can hear some engine noise down the far end. Looks like most of our armies are in their seats and ready to go. So weather conditions today, we're not expecting any rain throughout the day, which is fantastic. Don't think it's going to be particularly warm, and I can't see the track surface drying much throughout the day, just given where we are and the sun not coming up over the South Bank corner. But it looks like, we could have a dry race day in terms of the sky. So thank you very much for joining us then here at Teesside, whether you're at the circuit or whether you are watching us from the comfort of your home in between Christmas and New Year. Hope you've had a good one and are looking forward to New Year. We have 3 rounds of this Teesside Winter Series. The first one being here at Teesside, then we do Three Sisters and GYG. And then we've got our annual end-of-year presentation where we'll be handing out the trophies, not only from the Winter Series, but also from the 2024 season as well. That's on the 22nd of February here at Teesside at Leonardo Hotel. I look forward to welcoming you there if you've had a successful 2024. Although we do see a lot of people just come to that as a nice end-of-season close, whether they have won trophies or not. And to be fair, most years we have a nice raffle and we see people walking away with some quality prizes. Even if they haven't walked away with a trophy at the end of the season.
Yeah, today it will be a green flag. He'll clear the grid. He'll give the parents a couple of seconds to start the engine.
So just having a look at one of the cameras that we have here at Teesside. They're down over the dummy grid. So I can see it in the commentary box. I haven't got it up on the screen yet, but I think we will in a few moments' time. So that over the dummy grid, we've got everybody waiting to go. And I think we'll be Just getting the final instructions from our clerk of the course. There they are. Clerk there in the black woolly hat, just confirming what the start procedure is going to be. We have run through this earlier on in the driver briefing, so we'll be just confirming again for our younger drivers. Remember, Como Bambino runners in the 5 to 8 category in terms of age-wise. Our Army runners 6 to 8 years old, so on the younger scale. Engines being started. We will get a green flag from the far end of the circuit. Yellow flag first, just to prepare our runners. All right, our Como runners will just be held. So you'll see the Armies making their way out first. There they are. So they head out onto circuit, and then our Como runners will follow a few seconds behind. Just it'll give our Armies a chance to grid up here then at Teesside. So it'll be Heath Smith on pole position with Logan Edwards alongside. That's your front row. Rest of that grid, Hugh Riley and Matty Smith on row number 2. Shay Downey and Teddy Smith on row 3. Reggie Hadfield completing the Army grid. Comas, they appear then out of the dummy grid. Hendricks, Falat and Ratho in the front row. Isaac Young and Verity Crawford on row 2. Max St. Hilaire and Sullivan Crawford, row 3. And Mac McLeod completing your Como Bambino runners. So parents, helpers, mechanics make their way down to assist in gridding up our Como runners. Como will take the D chicane at the first time of asking. And might have a slightly different start procedure. So it will be a flag start. Marshall will stand on the inside of the circuit rather than using the digital flag on the outside. So keep an eye out for the flag. He'll stand on the inside of the track with the green flag as the drivers then will make their way through the D chicane. We are gridding up very wide. This is a slightly different gridding procedure to normal. So having a quick look into the live chat then while we grid up our Comas. We've had the Bounce House Party. Are saying should have booked Cole into the Bambino class. He's here watching his friends Wraith, Hendricks and Noah. And I agree. You should have definitely booked him into the Bambino class. We do like seeing our Bambinos come and join us. It's great watching those come. They come for the first time and then they progress and they progress. And we've seen some of our drivers that started here in Comas go on to have great success. And I'll be talking about that later on as one of my favourite memories of 2024. Something that happened actually away from the track here, but is a very, very fond memory of mine. Nick Welburn as well in the live chat saying, can I give a shout out to Danny Bean? Absolutely. He's come down. He's spannering for Isaac Welburn because Nick isn't particularly well. And it's Isaac's first race in Pro Kart since his accident in Cadet here in October. So Nick's full of flu and Danny has jumped on the spanners, which is fantastic. Just sort of shows the sort of community of Pro Kart. And here at Teesside as a whole, people helping out. So, getting the engine started. So the everybody to the side of the track. Green flag is up, green is down. We're away and racing at the start then for our Iami Bambino, and the second green flag. They're just getting a 5 seconds up for our Comas. Green is down and we're away and racing then in the second of our Bambino classes in Coma. Hendrix Fallat leads them away at the front. It's been a good start for the 21 of Logan Edwards. He's found a way past Heath Smith at the start. He leads us in Iami. And look, the front two are already on a breakaway at the front of this Iami Bambino class. There's a challenge for third place as well. As drivers go side by side down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. Coma then being led by Hendrix Fallat with Wraith Owen in hot pursuit as they exit hairpin number 2 and head down the back straight towards South Bank as well. Out of hairpin 4 then at the end of the first lap in this 7-minute plus 1 lap opening race of the day then in our Bambino class. And it will be Logan Edwards. So Logan Edwards leads from Heath Smith. That's your top two. Teddy Smith with a great start. Up from 5th into 3rd place in front of Matty Smith, Hugh Riley and Shay Downey, Reggie Hatfield. Then into Comas. They'll cross the line now with Hendrix Fallat leading from Wraith Owen. Then it's Isaac Young in the 84. Verity Crawford, Max St. Hilaire, Sullivan Crawford and Mac McLeod in exactly the same order as they started. Minute and a half in. Just quickly, as we've got to move down the inside for the lead, up at South Bank as Heath Smith slides down the inside of Logan Edwards for the lead. Good move. You can see how damp the circuit is down the far end of the track at hairpin, South Bank hairpin 3 and 4. As they come through, we've got a spin at hairpin 3. We'll pick that up. I think that's the 8 of Matty Smith or the O plate of Shay Downey. We'll confirm in a few moments because I think it could be Matty Smith. He's dropped down at least into P5. We'll keep an eye out. Matty Smith crosses the line now. I think it was Shay Downey in the O plate. It was. He went round at hairpin number 4. He drops down the order into 7th place. A lap time of 1:12, confirming that it was Shay Downey going round. Coma's coming through. Great battle going on between the Crawfords at the moment, between the 20 and the 22 as they cross the timing line. Just quickly for those who are on the PA here, if you could make your way through the gate at the far end rather than jumping over the barrier, that would be greatly appreciated. Just don't want any of you to fall as you go over the barrier because A, it'll hurt, and B, I'll have to laugh at you. Heath Smith now has opened up a gap from Logan Jones and sets the fastest lap of the race with a 59.4 for Heath Smith. The gap out by 3.5 tenths to a little under 3/4 of a second for the race leader, the poleman Heath Smith, who lost the lead at the start, but has wrestled it back and is starting to open up a little bit of a gap. Most of it actually coming around hairpin 2, a slightly tighter line than Logan Edwards. In that corner, we've had a change for 6th place as Shay Downey moves up past Reggie Hatfield. And similar in our Comas as Grayson Crawford and Verity Crawford and Sullivan Crawford have swapped positions. Now, what we are going to have to factor in here as well for our front-running Iamis is that they're going to have to try and find a way through the Coma traffic throughout not only this race, Heat 2 and the final as well, which will be a slightly longer affair. And round out of 2nd place goes Logan Edwards. He'll hold on to position, but his chances of a victory and closing in on Heath Smith gone unless Heath Smith will make a mistake. Logan Edwards catches the curb on the exit of the D chicane and goes round, holds on to 2nd place, but will fall off the back of Heath Smith. So Edwards was trying to catch up onto the back of the 81. I say still a comfortable 2nd for Smith as it is, but an even more comfortable lead at the moment for Heath Smith. He'll have to find his way once again through some of the Coma traffic. At the front in Coma, You can see them coming round hairpin 3 there at the hairpin 2. Sorry, is your race leader Hendrix Fallat. He's got a gap of 3 seconds or so back to Raith Owen, running 8th and 9th overall at the moment, but that's 1st and 2nd in their respective class. Minute and 40 on the clock. Overall race leader Heath Smith is on the back straight. He'll get round comfortably. We should have 3 more laps in here at Teesside as they make their way round onto circuit. Hendrix Fallat still leading in Comas as we've got a warning for Mac McLeod in the number 99, just for contact. There's a nice little battle going on in the Comas heading round the national loop. We'll pick them up at the moment. They'll so we fall back. That's Isaac Young in the 84, and behind them we've got 3 Comas, and weaving the way through, Heath Smith in the race leading Iami Bambino in the 81, just finding his way through the traffic. They're around about 3 seconds a lap quicker than the Comas, so it's almost sort of like an LMP1, LMP2 multi-class format for our Iami Bambinos. But what it does teach them is that awareness and catching the slower karts at an advantageous part of the track. You know, they'll ease off at some point to stop catching them through the single file sections, such as the chicanes and the D chicane at the start of the track. And what that does do is it gives them a chance to really think and develop not only their racecraft, but their overall race management. Smith will come through then to see the final lap board on the overhead gantry, having navigated the traffic with a level of expertise well above his actual years. So he found a way through nicely. And he's heading through now. That's the Coma train behind, currently being led by Sullivan Crawford in the 22, Verity Crawford and Max St. Hilaire. The battle for 4th place in Coma. Behind them, the 21 of Logan Edwards in 2nd place in Iami. He's now going to try and find a way through that lap traffic. He's a driver in the yellow kart at the back with the slightly more curved Nauseo panel. And you can see him there using that additional power of that Iami Bambino to sweep all the way around the outside. What he's also doing there is he's showing the Comas where all the grip is, all the way around the outside. Back to the front, though, in our Iami class, taking the line, checkered flag, and Heat 1 goes the way of Heath Smith. It'll be Logan Edwards in 2nd place. He's going to cross the line now. In front of him, 3rd place, already settled then in our Coma Bambino class. Sullivan Crawford will be 4th in that. Max St. Hilaire finds a way past Verity Crawford on the final lap as Teddy Smith crosses the line for 3rd place in our Iami Bambinos. We'll wait for everybody to take the checkered flag. We'll run through the order. We have got 1 car off circuit. I think that's Reggie Hadfield in the number 44 Iami Bambino. He's just pulled onto the centre green at hairpin number 1, although the car is still going, which means we're not going to require recovery for the number 44. As through for victory in our Coma class comes Hendrix Fallat, takes 7th place overall, and the victory from Raith Owen. So your final results then, as Heath Smith takes the checkered flag for a 2nd time, a double victory for the 81. He takes the checkered flag again. So Heath Smith takes the victory from Logan Edwards and Teddy Smith, Hugh Riley and Shay Downey, Matty Smith, and then Reggie Hadfield in our Iami. The winning Coma goes the way of Hendrix Fallat from Raith Owen and Isaac Young, Sullivan Crawford, Max St. Hilaire, Verity Crawford, and Mac McLeod takes the 2nd place in our takes the place in our Coma class. Moving on then, so we can grid up for what will be a rolling start in Pro Kart. It's seniors and juniors. Senior Pro Kart yesterday was a pole time from Ryan Cannon of 50.79, 4 tenths quicker than anybody else for the 443. So Ryan Cannon goes off pole position alongside him, defending Oplate and reigning 2024 Senior Pro Kart champion Connor Lucas. Maximus Shields and Addison Smith, last year's Junior Rotax Oplate, go off the second row with George Ludwell and Ike Needham on row number 3. Ludwell, the reigning club champion here in 2024 at Teesside. Matthew Hauschby qualifies well in 7th. Isaac Duff, the reigning Junior Pro Kart champion, alongside him. Gavin Pike and Connor Cran complete your top 10. Oliver Hall and Tyler McKenzie in front of Dominic Needham, Riley Matthews and Mark Hilditch. Junior Pro Kart, they're allowed wet tyres, remember. Oliver Watson goes off pole position. Ollie Clegg in the 88 alongside Grace Matthews and Liam Edmonds on row number 2. Reese Cranston and Isaac Welburn on row number 3. Pro Kart then making their way round. Thank you to Michael Burke getting in touch from the other side of the world. It's 9 p.m. in Australia. So Michael Burke, a regular viewer of karting over here in the UK. As we mentioned, Senior Pro Kart going first. Juniors half a lap behind on their, what I imagine will be wet tyres, so expect them to make some headway through. Here we go then, as there's a slow start for the 181 of Max Shields. That kart bogs down, and from 3rd place, he's going to enter, and it's Addison Smith from the 2nd row in 4th place. He's going to lead us through the chicanes. Great start from Smith in front of Ryan Cannon, Connor Lucas and George Ludwell, Ike Needham, and then Isaac Duff, and round goes Smith at the first corner. From 4th to the lead and down to last place in Senior Pro Kart. Juniors are underway with Oliver Watson leading us round the first corner from Ollie Clegg, and then it's the 26 of Grace Matthews. Good start for Reese Cranston, and Matthews just round, tags the tyres on the inside, and Grace Matthews spins out of 3rd place in juniors. At the front, Ryan Cannon leads then from Connor Lucas as Max Shields starts making his way back through the field. There he is on the inside, trying to move down the inside of Isaac Duff, and Matthew Hauschby gets one of them as they run through the D chicane for the first time at the end of lap number 1. Ryan Cannon leads from Connor Lucas, George Ludwell and Ike Needham. Isaac Duff, Maximus Shields and Matthew Hauschby, Gavin Pike, Connor Cran, Oliver Hall and Dominic Needham, Tyler McKenzie, Addison Smith, Riley Matthews and Mark Hilditch. Then it's Ollie Watson, Ollie Clegg, Reese Cranston, Liam Edmonds, Isaac Welburn and Grace Matthews in junior. If you're looking at live timing, seniors are in blue and juniors have the red background as well. See if we can actually, I want to see if we can pick up. There's your lead battle at the moment between Connor Lucas and round the outside. The leader at the moment is Ryan Cannon, although as we say that, Connor Lucas with a lot of track knowledge here, 4-time champion in Senior Pro Kart, slides through down the inside of Ryan Cannon, and the 43 leads from the 443. Addison Smith's charge back through the field comes with a contact warning for the 44 as he starts to try and find a way back through. Looking at where we are on track, I think he could probably get up to around about P6 in this 4 minutes or so. Looking at his lap times, was around about a second quicker than some of those in front of him, so certainly hasn't. We've got 4:43 under investigation. Is that for opening lap? I wonder, because he's been out in the lead since then, but is that for an opening lap? Potentially a tap on the 44. Is that why Smith was round? As we've got, I think that's Tyler McKenzie round at hairpin number 2 off camera. So Connor Lucas leads from Ryan Cannon, who will be told that he's under investigation, although they're doing a lot of work over the start line. They never really straighten up, particularly in the wet. So I will probably go at around about 99% that he's probably not seen that. But we're definitely aware that he's under investigation for a potential infringement that I feel could have been on the opening lap. And hence why Addison Smith was facing the wrong way and looking at the rest of the field. He's still in P number 9 as our juniors are now starting to make their way through the slickshod seniors. We've got Oliver Watson up into 13th overall. So they are starting to find their way through on their wet tyres. At the front, though, Connor Lucas with a comfortable lead at the moment. We're following the battle for third place, which sees the reigning club champion George Ludwell, the UK plate of Ike Needham, and the 181 of Max Shields after a slow start for the 181, the runner-up in the championship this year. It's now starting to try and close in. We've picked them up there as they head through the chicanes. This battle for third place. Shields with that tight line, just trying to find where the grip is. And it's around about 2 metres off the inside of the curb of hairpin number 2, as particularly if you're on slicks. So now Oliver Watson is up past Isaac Duff. So we've got a yellow flag at the D chicane. I think we are clear on that at the moment. So Connor Lucas leads by 1.5 seconds at the moment as we follow the, well, we were following the battle for third place. There is the battle for third place. Ludwell being closed in by Ike Needham and Maximus Shields in that 181. So we run down the back straight as we also catch Addison Smith down the inside of Isaac Duff. So also needs to be mindful that Ollie Clegg is wanting to come through as well in the 88. He's on wets, hence why the kart looks like a rocket ship as it goes down that back straight. 1:25 on the clock. George Ludwell from the UK plate. We've got a warning for the 26 of Grace Matthews. So Isaac Duff, Ike Needham takes a huge chunk of curb. And that forces him wide round the national loop, and through goes Max Shields. This battle now on screen, that's your battle for third place. We've had Max Shields move up into fourth place. That's Oliver Watson making his way through on wet tyres in the red and white kart as he goes down the inside of Max Shields with a bit of a side pod out the way, but that's because he's on wet tyres and he's got a lot of grip. Through he goes. 8 seconds on the clock, which means that next time round, Connor Lucas will be up and taking that final lap board from Ryan Cannon. Third place, George Ludwell is comfortable at the moment, but he's just under a little bit of pressure because he's just trying to negotiate Oliver Watson on the wet tyre finding his way through. Max Shields, we say, up into 4th place in class, but Watson is 4th overall on that wet tyre. So they started around about half a lap back, and he's going to finish in 3rd overall, I think, Oliver Watson. In fact, he may well find enough to get up onto the back of Ryan Cannon. So Lucas will come through now to see the final lap board. A little bit of traffic in front for him to negotiate before the end of this race, I think. More than enough expertise, and the gap is out to 2.2, so he certainly won't need to rush it. Ryan Cannon in 2nd place. May well get overtaken towards the end by Oliver Watson on those wet tyres in the 15 junior kart. I think Ludwell will have enough in 3rd place to hold on from Maximus Shields. So he found a way past Ike Needham, who made that slight error going through the D chicane a few laps ago, and that allowed Shields to come back through. Addison Smith's charge is up to 10th. That's 7th in class for the driver that briefly took the lead at the start. Watson is indeed past Ryan Cannon. Out of the final corner, though, Connor Lucas shows why he is a 4-time champion here at Teesside to win heat number 1 in the 43 from Ryan Cannon in seniors. Oliver Watson, a charge through the field, takes 2nd place overall, leads and takes the victory in juniors from Ollie Clegg and Reese Cranston, who comes through now, although almost came through backwards in the 19 with an emphatic slide into position. So Connor Lucas then takes victory from Ryan Cannon and George Ludwell. Maximus Shields and Ike Needham, Matthew Hauschby, Addison Smith, Isaac Duff and Oliver Hall. Then it's Dominic Needham, Riley Matthews, Connor Cran and Gavin Pike, Tyler McKenzie and Mark Hilditch, although Cran gets past Matthews on the final lap. In juniors, Oliver Watson takes a commanding victory, 2nd overall from Ollie Clegg, 2nd in class, 6th overall, Reese Cranston in 3rd place, 8th overall. In front then it's Liam Edmonds, Isaac Welburn and Grace Matthews. So a live chat again. We've got Rachel Walters saying good luck to Connor Lucas from herself and Madison, their daughter, watching at home. Also good luck to all the Lucas Racing Karts, Grandad Howard and Diggy Focus on spanners. Angie Focus getting in touch as well with us this morning in the commentary box. So, just having a quick look at the Honda Cadets, and also talking of commentary box, joined by a very special guest for heat number 1 of Honda Cadet, the 2023 Honda Cadet champion, and someone I know very well because he's my boy. Joshua Sullivan's going to join us. He's just left Honda Cadet after 4 years racing in the class. He moves into Junior Pro Kart and will be out here at Teesside for the 2025 season starting in March. Qualifying yesterday was, I'll say, a close affair for everybody except Archie Cannon, who took pole position by 0.3 of a second. The rest of the field did the 5-minute qualifying session like it was heat number 1 and squabbled throughout most of it. Edward Rye goes off the front row alongside Cannon. Ethan Pearson, with a great qualifying, starts on the inside of row 2. Henry Colburn, a wet weather expert for sure, goes off the outside of the 2nd row. Luca Biocchi and Albie Cam are on row 3. Sebastian McCarthy and Francesco Di Caro, row 4, with Daniel Ziad and Jake Gibbon on row 5. Sam Dixon starts 11th. Tommy Burgoyne, the reigning Bambino champion here at Teesside, goes off the outside of row number 6. Abel Hutton, who finished runner-up in Bambino, starts 13th. Jacob McDonald, Andrew McCrossan and Jacob Thompson in front of Oliver Bullock in the 81, who qualified yesterday in Bambino and in Honda Cadet. And he will just race Honda Cadet today, though. They've decided to park the Bambino up. He's going to put his focus in Honda Cadet. 17 runners. Joshua, do you think anybody can beat Archie Cannon here today?
If Edward Rye can stick onto the back, I think he could probably do a good chance.
It's going to be close, isn't it? We know that Rye has certainly got the pace, has won races here in Hondas before. It's whether he can get away. We know it's difficult to get away off the outside of that front row. Ethan Pearson on the inside of row 2 will just be looking to see if he can get away and tuck into the back of Archie Cannon. It's a standing start, so they will make their way round and then be sent forward 2 by 2 into position.
Cam goes off at hairpin 3.
Oh no, that's Abel Hutton.
Oh, Abel Hutton.
I think that's Abel Hutton. Like I say, we've got a standing start, so he will have chance to get in. The reason that he's currently beached is because the grass is a little bit lower there, so he's going to slot in. So we're gridding up once again. It's a lot tighter. I think it's because than what it normally is. We normally grid on the far inside, but I think the far inside is at this time of year can be quite dirty. So we are gridding them up on the middle and outside rows, which puts the Honda grid a little bit closer together. These drivers will be used to that, though. A lot of tracks do have a tighter gridding format in terms of having tram lines and the positions for starts. So it looks a lot closer than what we normally have here at Teesside, but will not phase these drivers at all. So just going to wait for the final few runners to get in. That's Andrew McCrossan in the 36 in the yellow suit, white helmet, just rolling into position. And then the final 2 runners of Jacob Thompson and Oliver Bullock into position as well as the marshal makes his way towards the front. Looks like everybody's gone with wet tyres, which is very wise. We know that that's probably going to be the case for our cadets throughout this race day. We saw as well in the previous race that the wets were quicker on Pro Karts than the slicks. So green flag in hand then for the start line marshal. Wait for the engine notes to rise. 7 minutes plus 1 lap of Honda Cadet heat number 1. Green is up. Green is down, and it's a good start from Edward Rye as Archie Cannon got away and then had to slow again. Don't think that'll be just as a jump start. He just went and then went again as the green dropped. But he has held on into the first corner from Edward Rye, Ethan Pearson, Henry Colburn, Albie Cam, Sebastian McCarthy, although down the inside, early doors, goes Francesco Di Caro, and through as well goes Daniel Ziad as the field make their way up towards round hairpin 1 and 2. Nice clean opening few corners for Honda Cadet. At the front, it's Cannon from Rye, Ethan Pearson and Henry Colburn. That's your top 4. Albie Cam up to 5th, although I think Francesco Di Caro is going to try and take that from him and does into the right-hander of hairpin number 3. So we've got a yellow flag out for a slow-moving kart. We'll pick that out as it looks like there was a half spin and they're back up to speed. I think it's Sam Dixon as Archie Cannon leads us over the line at the end of the first lap from Edward Rye, Henry Colburn and Francesco Di Caro. And then it's Ethan Pearson, Daniel Ziad, Albie Cam, Luca Biocci and Sebastian McCarthy. Jake Gibbon complete your top 10.
Francesco Di Caro with a great opening lap from P8 up into P4 right now.
That's P3 now. Joshua's down the inside of Henry Colburn as well. So Di Caro in the 127. Driver there in the red car on screen is absolutely flying in these damp conditions.
Henry Colburn dropped down into P4. He's losing a little bit of a gap to Francesco Di Caro.
He is. I think that's more Di Caro's pace going forwards than what it is Colburn losing the time, because Di Caro is already up onto the back of the 66 of Edward Rye. He's got to make a move early as the fastest lap of the race goes to Archie Cannon. Almost matched, though, as we say, by Francesco Di Caro. Great opening few laps as well for Oliver Bullock in the 81 in his first weekend in the cadet class. We've got a few new runners in this cadet class, as we mentioned, with Burgoyne, Hutton and Bullock all being new runners in this class, having moved up out of Bambino. So Di Caro still on the back of Edward Rye. So he's taking a tighter line round South Bank and hasn't managed to find a way past the 66 just yet. He's going to try a switchback, I think, here out of hairpin 4. But again, I don't think he's going to have enough. And Francesco Di Caro was half a second a lap quicker than Edward Rye previously in closing up onto the back. And then Rye is wide at the chicane, up and over the curb. And Francesco Di Caro gets probably the easiest overtake of the race for him. Moves up into second place. And now he's got some clear track in front. Can he close in on Archie Cannon, who has a gap of 2.1?
Sam Dixon now climbing back through the field up to P11 after getting past Tommy going on the opening lap.
He's in a battle now. I think he's got Sebastian McCarthy in front of him. I think he's got past Jake Gibbon as well up at South Bank on the run in. So Sam Dixon coming back into it after a difficult opening lap. Let's have a look at the gap between the leaders. It was 2.1.
Now it is out up to 2.8 seconds.
So Archie Cannon at the front then with a comfortable gap, and is continuing to extend that comfortable gap as Francesco Di Caro had a stellar opening few laps. Could that have been a high on tyre pressure to try and find his way through the field? Because now the back end of that car is looking very, very squirrely. We'll keep an eye on him next few laps as we see Henry Colburn and Daniel Ziad battling over fourth place. Behind them, that's Luca Biocci in P6.
Sam Dixon's got through on Sebastian McCarthy, I think, going into hairpin 2.
He has there. That's him in the white helmet, isn't it, Sam Dixon?
Moving up into P9 now.
Orange and blue kart. McCarthy behind. Then it's Jake Gibbon and Tommy Burgoyne.
He's got a little bit of a gap now to Albie Can, who's in front of him, and Ethan Pearson, who are having a good scrap there for P8 and 7th respectively.
Yep, Di Caro looks like he's managed to get hold of that 127 again, because he's gapped away from Edward Rye as Daniel Ziad is down the inside of Henry Colburn into hairpin number 1. Colburn's going to try and get a drive back on him down the back straight, but he's too tight out of hairpin 2. Has to slot back into the slipstream as
Sam Dixon now hit right on the back of Albie Cam. But here we go, Henry Colburn trying to get the switchback coming out of hairpin, coming down the south bank and into hairpin 3. Hasn't been able to do it though.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to try and get back on Daniel Ziad in the background.
Sam Dixon,
we've got
is side by side, getting the switchback. Hasn't been able to do it though on the back of Albie Cam.
Yeah, 4 karts battling it out. Luca Biocci's just broken away from Ethan Pearson and Albie Cam. And as we say, we're going to try and follow this battle because it's a great little one between Pearson, Cam and Dixon.
Archie Cannon bringing out his gap to 3.3 seconds now to Francesco Di Caro.
There's the 3 karts that we were talking about. The
Albie Cam looks, he's tried to go down the inside. He is down the inside, side by side. Will Sam Dixon be able to get into that gap? Yes, he is. He's got a good move, but he's 3 wide down the back straight right now, coming out of hairpin 2.
Yeah, they're all swapping around. I think they'll slot into back the same order there as Ethan Pearson drove round the outside of hairpin number 1. Albie Cam was down the inside.
Further back, Jake Given tried to get a move on Sebastian McCarthy and looks tried to get the switch back in hairpin 4. But Albie Cam's come really, really tight out of hairpin 4 and that's lost loads of momentum coming up to the back of Ethan Pearson.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. Leaders will see the last lap board next time round. Archie Cannon then from Francesco Di Caro. Gap is 3.7 seconds, but Di Caro is looking far more comfortable now in that second place than what he was a few laps ago. Daniel Ziad still in front of Henry Colburn as the battle
Jake
on screen.
Gibbons side by side with Sebastian McCarthy.
Yeah, McCarthy's got back through, has he? And then Gibbons should get a good run on him down the back straight. Look at them in the background.
Here we go. Albie Cam got a bit defensive coming to South Bank.
Yeah, it's that time of the race though, isn't it? We are down to 0 as Archie Cannon comes through to take the final lap board from Francesco Di Caro in second place.
We've got some side-by-side action coming out of hairpin 4 with Jake Gibbon and Sebastian McCarthy.
Yeah, they're still as they were. It's been everyone's sort of just feeling each other out rather than making decisive moves. Now is the time to make those decisive moves, though.
Ethan Pearson goes a little bit wide on the exit of the chicane, but stays in front here. Will Albie Cam make a move into hairpin 1? No.
Pearson's tighter this time, isn't he? He left the gap the previous lap. Can Dixon get the run again? Sebastian McCarthy in the background is taking a tighter line, and now I think Jake Gibbon might have a run on him down this back straight.
Yes, he does. Now Albie Cam's going defensive to Sam Dixon. Well, as we come round the
Out of the final corner, though, comes Archie Cannon to take a comfortable Heat 1 victory from Francesco Di Caro, who charged through the field for a fantastic second place. Edward Rye, P3. Daniel Ziad, fourth place for his best finish here at Teesside from Henry Colborne. And then on the final corner, Joshua points out the window. Dixon's got past Albie Cam in the race-long battle and moves himself up into a superb P8. It's Cannon then from Di Caro and Rye, Ziad and Colburn, Biocchi, Pearson, Dixon, Cam and Sebastian McCarthy, Jake Gibbon, Tommy Burgoyne and Abel Hutton, Oliver Bullock, Andrew McCrossan, Jacob Thompson and Jacob McDonald.
Some thumbs up down the back straight from Daniel Ziad and Henry Colborne.
Yeah, great show of respect between our drivers. Just acknowledging each other's performance. They had a great battle. We focused on the one just behind, so they probably didn't get the camera time those two deserved, but they had a great race-long battle between Daniel Ziad and Henry Colburn. We focused on Pearson, Dixon and Cam in their battle for 7th place, which was another great watch. Sam Dixon moving through from 11th to finish in 8th place.
We've got someone in the barrier coming out of hairpin 3.
Oh, we do.
Managed to get out of it.
Tommy Burgoyne. Just exploring. I know exploring the extent of the track there was Tommy Burgoyne. A 12th place finish in his first Honda race here then at Teesside.
Great recovery drive there from Sam Dixon.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be off into the paddock now, I imagine, to congratulate him on that drive-through. Thank you for joining me. Pleasure to have you here for heat number 1. Hold on, mate. Rolling through then is Intermax, Joey Swan and Oscar Roach on the front row, Hugo McCluskey and Buddy Hugo on row 2, and we'll sort the rest out next time round as they head up towards the first corner. It's Oscar Roach all the way around the outside of Joey Swan, almost runs out of tarmac, and Joey Swan comes back through as Oscar Roach carries too much speed in the 196 as they head up. Great opening lap as well from Layla Bell, up into 3rd place from 6th place. Hugo McCluskey and Buddy Hugo as Honda R200 get themselves underway. Oscar Roach down the inside of Joey Swan. Honda R200 make their way up and round the national loop. And it's the number 2 of Luka Bachuev who finds a way through again from the outside of the front row, round the outside of Matthew Plant. Ashton Horsepool trying to make early moves down the inside. And that slows himself and Toby Turner down, and through down the inside comes the returning Thomas Potter. End of lap number 1 then for Intermax. And it's Oscar Roach in front of Joey Swan and Hugo McCluskey, Layla Bell and Buddy Hugo. From Grayson Crawford, Sandro Kemp, Logan Jones and William Collinson. Hondas still battling it out down at hairpin number 2, and through down the inside has gone the 38 of Thomas Potter. We know he can drive superbly in these wet weather conditions. We've seen him dominate damp races. As wide goes Bachuev onto the rumble strip. That's going to slow him down. He should still have track position on the inside. No, he does not. All the way around the outside goes the 38 of Potter, and he leads from Luka Bachuev and Matthew Plant. Then it's Ashton Horsepool, Toby Turner under pressure now from the 816 of Dexter Petty, who started this race stone dead last after plumping for slick tyres in qualifying yesterday, having struggled on the wets throughout the day, has got that number 16 kart hooked up a little bit more. He's under pressure as well from the 122 of Aaron Berridge. Back to the front in Inters, and Joey Swan, who we say he went with slicks as well yesterday and looked off the pace throughout the session and then dumped in the pole lap as the checkered flag dropped. Currently in second place, lost 3/10 on the previous lap to the race leader Oscar Roach. Behind them is a fantastic battle going on at the minute between Hugo McCluskey, Layla Bell and Buddy Hugo. For third place in Inters. We focus at the moment on camera on our Honda R200, and Dexter Petty has moved his way up into fifth place in that class. He was battling with Aaron Berridge and Toby Turner, I think, as well earlier on, and moves himself through into position. Looks like we could be having a change almost there for third as Ashton Horspool tries a move down the inside of Matthew Plant. Buddy Hugo down the inside of Layla Bell has moved himself up into fourth place in this battle for third. We've got Hugo McCluskey there with the green helmet leading the way for this battle for third with Buddy Hugo. Big shout out to his granddad. He's normally runs him on the mechanicking side. He's had a knee replacement, so he's not here this weekend. He's having to watch from home. He's watched his driver move up into fourth place on that previous lap. Oscar Roach then in the 196 extends his lead out to a gap of 1.5 seconds from Joey Swan and Hugo McCluskey. Buddy Hugo with confirmation that he is indeed up into fourth place on the timing, which can be found at live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP or on the Alpha Race Hub app. R200 still being led by Thomas Potter as he gaps Luka Bachuev by 2/10. Dexter Petty is up into third place. 2-for-1 special. Moves from fifth up into third for the driver of the 16. Sets a 53-1. So 2 overtakes and only 2/10 off the race leader with race leader's lap time in Honda for the driver of the 16. There's a contact warning for the 74 of Tom Nichols in Honda R200 as well. He's currently racing in 18th place overall. So we're going to keep an eye out on the lap time of our Honda R200 leader. It's a 53 dead, and it's a personal best in third place for Dexter Petty with a 52.7. 2.5 tenths quicker than the leader and 1.5 seconds behind. I think that at the moment he might run out of time for the driver of the 16 to battle for the lead, but I think second place is definitely on the cards. See, exits hairpin number 2 in the background, Matthew Plant and Ashton Horspool. Horspool out of the slipstream, back into the slipstream, and then by the time he considers a move, Matthew Plant defends it off and goes all the way around the outside. Horspool there is through for fourth place. And now Aaron Berridge is trying to find his way past the driver of the 5. Draws alongside on exit. It's going to be a long way around the outside and this side pod between the two of them. Berridge trying to squeeze Plant to the inside. Berridge not happy, but Plant had to take the corner, and I don't think he was wrong in doing so. Berridge is through nonetheless, round the national loop and up into fifth place. So 2 corners after the disappointment for Berridge. Berridge is through. Matthew Plant has picked up a warning for that. So Oscar Roach crosses the line. 51 seconds on the clock. Also a warning as well for Berridge in the 22. So that one deemed a 50-50. So Oscar Roach may well get round to give us an extra lap in this one. The battle for second place, though, in Honda R200 is hotting up because Dexter Petty is closing right up onto the back now of Luka Bachuev. And you know what? Ashton Horspool's found a little bit of a turn of pace at the end of this race. Maybe that one just needs a little bit of a tyre pressure tweak to give him a little bit more in the early phase, because the 153 of Horspool is coming strong at the end of this race. 4 seconds on the clock. Are we going to get the last lap? Yes, we are, I think, for Oscar Roach, who has a commanding lead at the front. Buddy Hugo in third place has reeled in Joey Swan in Intermax, but that's Toby Turner and Daniel Hulse arguing over 17th place overall, with Peter Webster behind them as well. Webster's going to try and move down the inside. There's Dexter Petty sliding through down the inside of Luka Bachuev. Petty in the 16 is 1.2 seconds off Thomas Potter. Potter should take the victory in this one, but Dexter Petty from last place to second in Honda R200 is a superb drive, and that'll give him plenty to go at in heat number 2 from second place. At the front in our Intermax, it's Oscar Roach taking a victory. Buddy Hugo through on the final lap on Joey Swan for second place. Hugo takes second, Swan in third. Layla Bell and Hugo McCluskey in front of Logan Jones and Sandro Kemp. Then it's Grayson Crawford, William Collinson, and then it's your leader in Honda. Here they come up towards the line. Thomas Potter with the commanding victory, having come through the field. However, behind him, Dexter Petty from 19th to 11th, which was 10th to 2nd in class. Then it's Luka Bachuev, Ashton Horspool and Aaron Berridge, Matthew Plant, Tom Nichols, Toby Turner, Daniel Hulse and Peter Webster. Just heard a big bang, which normally is one kart crashing into another stationary kart. So it was either that or the barrier being moved. One or the two. Someone might get a drop down in about 5 minutes' time. We move on then to Junior Rotax. It was a qualifying session yesterday, taken with a pole position by Alfie McBain, a driver that always sort of excels in these weather conditions. So McBain off the 7 goes off pole position. The reigning Teesside Junior Rotax champion Joseph Yao alongside on the front row. An all-female second row, Maya Simpson and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in front of Samuel Yeadon and Sebastian Benson. Row number 4, Josh Parry and Holly Swan. Morgan Cooney in his debut meeting in Junior Rotax goes off a superb P9 of 16 with Caden Welch alongside. Jacob Carnes and Angad Nagra are on row number 6. Oscar War and William Howard, Oliver O'Donovan and Evelyn Bye complete your 16 Junior Rotax runners. So Alfie McBain just slowing the pace down to, I'm not even going to say walking pace, even a tubby lad like me could go quicker than that, but he's dictating the pace as well as he can because he is on pole position. It's his right to go as slowly as he wants as he leads them through. This is expert by Alfie McBain. This is the walking pace that they're told to do until the acceleration line, which you'll see in a few moments' time as they come through the right-hander of the dogleg. The acceleration cones are there. McBain powers down and we're away and racing in Junior Rotax. Stansmore Wilson tries to go all the way around the outside and dips a wheel onto the grass in the 88, but it's not hampered her. She's holding on to 4th place, side by side between Maya Simpson and Joseph Yao. Yao has to acquiesce, and through goes Maya Simpson into 2nd place, and it's going to be 4th, I think, for Yao, because Stansmore Wilson is down the inside into hairpin number 2. She gets the power down, and the 88 leads the 8 for 3rd place down the back straight. Alfie McBain then leads the race as a whole from Maya Simpson. And then they're still battling it out behind us. It's Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Then it's Joseph Yao, Sebastian Benson in the 75. So we'll call the rest of the field as they come over the timing line at the end of the first lap. McBain leads then from Simpson, Stansmore Wilson and Yao. Benson, Caden Welch, 10th to 6th on the opening lap for the 24. Front of Josh Parry, Jacob Carnes, Oscar War, 13th to 9th. Then William Howard, similarly 14th to 10th. Great opening lap for the 27 of William Howard. Morgan Cooney, Samuel Yeadon, difficult opening lap, drops 6. Down into 12th place in front of O'Donovan, Nagra, Bai and Holly Swan. Another difficult opening lap for Swan. Looks like she's had an excursion. She drops from 8th down into P16. Out at the front, we've got a Concertina top 3, and behind them, Joseph Yao is dropping like a stone. Goes down from what was a 2nd place start into P5 now. He's behind Sebastian Benson as McBain carries a little bit too much into the D chicane. He's under a lot of pressure now from Maya Simpson and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Simpson in the bright orange helmet. As Alfie McBain goes wide into hairpin 1. A superb block pass in the end there by Simpson, who just runs him towards the outside, taps the brake to stop Alfie McBain getting the run. And Maya Simpson comes down the inside to lead in the opening couple of laps. Isabella Stansmore Wilson trying to find a way through. Sebastian Benson, though, in the 75 is the driver to watch for me here. He's towed right up onto the back of this top 4, and it looks like there could be a switchback coming out of hairpin number 4 for the 75. If he can get a good enough run on Stansmore Wilson. No, he can't, but he's got a very, very strong opening half of the lap through the D chicane and round the national loop for that driver of the 75. Three minutes in, 4 to go, plus 1 lap. And as well, Caden Welch going well in the 24 as Alfie McBain is defending that 2nd place like it's the final lap. And it's going to allow, A, Maya Simpson to pull away, and B, more drivers to come into the mix. Maybe that's what he wants, in a hope that they'll battle over 3rd place rather than attack his 2nd place, with Stansmore Wilson, Benson and Caden Welch in the 24, who's finding some grip as Stansmore Wilson tries a defensive line on the inside to try and get the power down on the way out. Track position she's got in the 88. Sebastian Benson can't find a way through. Half race distance. And now Oscar War, who qualified disappointingly yesterday in 13th place. They found a problem with the car after the day. He's moved up now into P6 as we've had an off, I think, for Evelyn Bai in the 1:43. A lap time there of 59 seconds confirms that. Here's your battle for 2nd as Stansmore Wilson briefly finds a way through on Alfie McBain. He finds the switchback to come back down the inside and then slides wide round South Bank, but that's where all the grip is. And the driver of the 7 then is contact into the back. His rear is lifted by the 88 of Stansmore Wilson. They're lucky to both be facing in the right direction. The inevitable contact warning for the 88. The real benefactor of that, though, the 75 of Sebastian Benson, 4th to 2nd, with very little work to do for the 75 as he takes advantage of those in front tripping over themselves. Maya Simpson then leads now with a gap of nearly a second. Then from Benson and Stansmore Wilson, Alfie McBain and the 24 of Caden Welch. Welch is down the inside with a straight line move into hairpin 2, but then takes a tighter line, and that will allow Alfie McBain to power down earlier all the way around the outside. Through he goes, sweeps all the way around the outside, and holds on to what now is 4th place. Gap was just under a second on the previous lap for Maya Simpson. She's got 2 minutes to go, but that gap looks a little bit tighter this time round, and 0.4 of a second is taken out of the lead by Sebastian Benson in the 75. Charged through the field to move up into 4th place, then grabbed 2nd as those in front tripped over him. And now the 75 of Benson with the fastest lap of the race, a 49.2, is right onto the back of Maya Simpson. Down the back straight towards South Bank they go. There's still plenty to go in this race as there's Alfie McBain and Caden Welch squabbling over P4. And back down the inside there goes McBain into hairpin number 3, having briefly lost that position. Could allow Oscar Waugh through as well. Here comes Sebastian Benson then for the lead. Gap time is down to 1 minute. That's going to give us 3 laps. They'll get round again. We're lapping in the 49s. Can he find a way past the long-time leader, Maya Simpson? Up to hairpin number 1 they go. Stansmore Wilson's in the mix here too as well. And Stansmore Wilson could be the thorn because down the inside she goes of Sebastian Benson. He doesn't want to have to defend. He's got the pace to win this one, just needs to try and make a move on Simpson. And here it goes, down the inside, into South Bank. Sebastian Benson leads with 30 seconds on the clock. 2 laps to go after we've navigated these final 2 corners. And Maya Simpson, who at one point had a gap of a second here. This is the intricacies of wet weather racing and setting these tyres up and the kart up for the weather conditions. As the 24 of Caden Welch and the 7 of Alfie McBain, their argument over 4th place deemed excessive. There's a warning for the 2 of them. But racing in wet weather, you set your kart up either for the start or the end of the race. It's very, very tough to find a setup that's going to work for the whole race because the tyres just going to heat up or cool down based on what your tyre pressure choice is going to be. Round South Bank for the penultimate time. And now Sebastian Benson can take the line that he wants because he's at the front with nobody in front of him. Doesn't have to worry too much about that. Simpson's still close enough, as is Stansmore Wilson. Final lap on the overhead gantry for Sebastian Benson. Started this race in 6th place. Did Benson. He's moved through to lead round the national loop from Maya Simpson and Stansmore Wilson. The battle for 4th behind sees Caden Welch now in front of Alfie McBain and Oscar Waugh, who closed up quickly. And down the inside goes Stansmore Wilson for 2nd place. Great move by the 88. But that one will now hand it to Sebastian Benson, who's just got to keep his cool round the final 2 corners. And Sebastian Benson from P6, round hairpin number 4 for the final time. Just has to get the power down. Benson comes through in the 75 to win heat number 1 from Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Maya Simpson. Caden Welch, Alfie McBain, the pole man in P5. Then it's Oscar Waugh, Josh Parry in P number 7 in front of Joseph Yao, who also started on the front row, drops to 8th. William Howard, a great 9th for him, in front of Oliver O'Donovan, Morgan Cooney and Samuel Yeadon. Then it's Angrad Nagra. Holly Swan, I think, will move from falling all the way down to P16. She finishes in front of Evelyn Bye, and Jacob Carnes retired on lap number 1. That kart parked up towards hairpin number 3 and will be recovered. The driver at the moment taking sanctuary in Marshall Post 1. Oh, so in the Marshall Post there at hairpin 3. Through then comes Sebastian Benson. He still thinks he's racing. He was that excited in holding off the 2 behind him that I think he missed the checkered flag at the first time of asking. So he's going to do what is, in essence, a victory lap. So back in the live chat, Micah Racing saying, hi, good conditions with some fun racing. Absolutely, the drivers seem to be having a blast out there at the moment. So we've got Micros up next. 3 runners in that one with Sebastian Crawford, Noah Wicklow and Evan Meller. Your 3 runners in that one. I'm going to have a quick dip into away from the live chat and just into the what I spoke about at the start of the day, where we mentioned that people have messaged in what their favourite moments of the 2024 season were. Stuart Adis got in touch saying his favourite moment of the 2024 season was seeing Tom Nichols get his first win at Teesside. That was heat number 1 at round number 9. We also had Alan Burns getting in touch with us as well. Highlight of the season was seeing his son Kyle score his first Pro Kart novice class podium. Stood alongside his dad, which is Carl's granddad, who has dementia. They now have a cherished family photo taken by our series photographer Rob Borrowick to mark that occasion. And Riley Matthews, another one of our junior Pro Kart drivers who's moved into seniors this weekend, has 2 favourite memories. The first one being his first final at Teesside, and the second one was his first interview in a paddock show by myself, where he didn't really have a choice that he was getting interviewed. We film it as one live, continuous 25-minute paddock show, and, he got ambushed. So that was didn't really have a choice in talking to me, which is the best part of all the paddock shows. I spoke earlier about my co-commentator, Tom Butterworth, who at the time said that when I spoke to him, his favourite moment was his, what he would call epic, 10-minute rant regarding team names that included the word racing or motorsport at the Le Mans 24-hour. The main benefit of that for me was that he talked for 10 minutes and I got a break. He has actually messaged me back this morning saying that his actual favourite moment was Chris Pedlingham having his head gaffer taped upright in the seat in order to complete his world record attempt, which he did successfully here at the 2024 British 24-hour race. And then he actually went and he beat that. And quite rightly, Tom points out that I don't think there was a dry eye in the house. That a record attempt not only beat the record, but also in memory of Ange Hutchinson as well. Was a very, very memorable moment of 2024. He's got a few others as well. I'll run through them with the rest of them throughout our race day in between our races. And if you've got one at home, whether you've watched us all season and you want to let us know what your favourite moment is, do let us know. We're going to roll round once again for this one. So we're going to need a false start flag at post number 1 because our drivers are racing, so they've got a false start flag, and then they should slow down nicely if they've seen that false start flag. Noah Wicklow definitely has, because he's just done the arm up and the spinny bit, which is the driver's signal to each other that they're going to roll round again. So Tom Butterworth back in touch and having a quick look at the paddock shows at Le Mans and the British were definitely a highlight, particularly interviewing Sam Spinell's dog and the Tunnock tea cakes at the Apollo awning. For Teesside owner drivers, he remembers fondly the early season charges through the field by Jared Fox-Whiteley, particularly his dive bombs into hairpin number 2 when he was racing in juniors when they went off the back of the seniors. Here we go then, we're away and racing. It's a fast start by Noah Wicklow round the outside, potentially too fast in that he was a solid kart length and a half, maybe 2 kart lengths in front of the race leader. That is just an observation from me, and I'm not the one that makes these calls, but Wicklow in the 53, under pressure early doors then from the pole man, the number 16 of Sebastian Crawford. Crawford is through down the inside at hairpin number 2 to move through into second place. And I think what that will do for Wicklow at the very least is let him know that there's a bit of grip on the inside that he can potentially exploit, because Crawford took what would not normally be the wet line, the inside line. Normally all the grip is on the outside, but he drove down the inside and managed to get on the power. So maybe there is some grip on the inside. Teesside's quite unique in that round the inside of all the hairpins is a concrete strip before the curb, and you always get more grip on concrete than what you will on tarmac. So if you're able to hook the wheel onto that concrete strip on the inside, it will pull you round. So they make their way down this back straight, and indeed Noah Wicklow does take a much tighter line this time round than what he did on the previous lap, and I think they will find that he will be a little bit quicker. yesterday in qualifying, it was Grayson Crawford by a solid half a second in conditions that were probably a little bit drier than what this track is right now. So we didn't get any overnight rain, but the moisture and the weather conditions just mean that this track is just probably going to stay wet for the majority of the day. We may well see some of our junior and senior Rotax runners plumping for slicks later on, but I do think it's going to be too slippy in those wet weather conditions. As Crawford then continues to lead with Noah Wicklow in second place, Evan Mellor in third place, a driver that joins us for the first time at Teesside, but I believe we'll be doing the other 2 rounds at Three Sisters and GYG. They're a little bit closer to home for him as well, as he joins us from Liverpool. Driver still in his first year of racing, having raced the Honda, I believe, in GX UK prior to this. He's moved into Micromax, and the driver in the 17 for a driver that's fairly new to this and his first time at Teesside, not going at all bad in the 17 as he tries to feel out these damp weather conditions. Would have, I imagine, preferred it dry just so you can get a handle of the track before then the more difficult weather conditions. Grayson Crawford, who's done 1,000,001 laps round this Teesside National Circuit, then leads from Noah Wicklow, another driver with a lot of experience, but he's still in his first 6 months in this Micromax class. In second place there in the 53, the reigning Bambino champion, not here at Teesside, but in the whole of Britain in the 53, having taken the Coma Bambino British Championship. And having immediately won that, the kart was sold, retired, and they've moved into Micromax. He currently runs in second place. The field, though, now starting to spread out. The gap 2.3 seconds at the front for Grayson Crawford. Have a quick look at the minute cast on the weather. So still overcast, but not due any rain, which is handy. Even though we don't think the track's going to dry up before the end of this meeting, just because we've got very little in the way of temperature, and we are in a bit of a bowl here at Teesside. That's why we get our great camera shots, because we're about 20 foot higher around South Bank and around the rest of the circuit. The Crawford then crosses the line. His fastest lap came at the start of this race. That would be lap number 1. The reason for that being is that they don't take the D chicane on the opening lap, so they do go quicker. Having said that, Noah Wicklow set his fastest lap on lap number 4, and we thought he'd gone quick at the start. So Wicklow finding pace on lap number 4. We're currently 5 laps in with 2 minutes on the clock at the moment. And on the previous lap, Crawford at the front gapped the rest of the field by a further 0.7 of a second. There was not a lot between Wicklow and Mellor, only 1/10.5 or so between the 53 and the 17 in second and third place respectively. There's Wicklow in the 53. He makes his way through the D chicane. So we've got 1:30 on the clock. The 16 of Grayson Crawford at the front at the moment. He's having the time of his life. He's just sliding that number 16 round without a care in the world at the moment. The gap is 3.3 seconds at the front for Crawford. So leading comfortably in that number 16 machine. And there he is. We'll follow him round because I think he's just got a little bit more in terms of line, because we are on a fixed gearing in this in Micromax. So you can't have any more power in terms of gearing differently for the wet weather conditions. It's a fixed gearing class in Micro, which keeps things A, nice and consistent for the driver, B, one less thing for the mechanic to think about as well, which is handy. Always grateful as a mechanic when you don't have to worry about getting the gearing wrong. You can just focus on other things like jetting and tyre pressures and the like. Time is down to 10 seconds, which I think will be 0 by the time that Grayson Crawford comes through. Indeed, it will be the final lap then on the board for Grayson Crawford, who has just been, Sebastian Crawford. We've got too many Crawfords. We've got Grayson and we've got Verity and Bambino still, and we've got Sebastian in. How at Micro Max, he comes through. He's sliding that number 16 round like them tyres haven't got to do another heat and a final. Although with wets being open, you can put a different set on for the... it's only your slicks that get scanned in that run you through the rest of that you have to stick with for the entire race meeting. Here, though, comes the 16 of Sebastian Crawford, making his way round towards the final corner into the left-hander of hairpin number 4. And he moves through to take the checkered flag. And victory in heat number 1 for Sebastian Crawford from Noah Wicklow and Evan Mellor. That's your top 3. So let's have one more. Let's have a one more out of our, maybe even 2 more, in fact, of our favourite memories of 2024. The next one comes that I've wrote these in a way that I can just read them out. And yeah, despite a stellar season for Max Shields, his favourite moment was when he joined me on commentary for qualifying earlier in the season. I know he enjoyed it because he got a photograph of it, and that's his cover picture on Facebook now of him and myself in the commentary box. Did such a great job, in fact, that later on in the season when I had to run out of the commentary box at very short notice, he was walking the other way and he was like, "Do you need any help with anything?" I was like, "Yes, get in there and commentate with Tom on this next race." And he did a great job deputising and commentated on one of the Intermax races as well. Another memory for 2024 comes from Matt Berridge, whose son Aaron won his first race here at Teesside at heat number 3 of round number 6. And 2 hours later, there was even more celebrations and maybe a few or a lot of tears as well, as Aaron went on to take his first final victory here at Teesside Autodrome. We'll have plenty more of those throughout our race day. As I say, do get in touch either in the live chat or if we're friends on Facebook, send me a message if you've got any of your fond memories. I've got a few as well, which we'll run through as well throughout this race day. Heading out onto track though now, it's time for Senior Rotax in what I think will be a very, very close race, despite there only being 6 karts. Yesterday, Owen Spears managed to get it all hooked up right at the end of qualifying. He was on pole position by a fraction of a second, and then on his final lap, found even more time to make it look even better than what it already was. So Spears goes off pole position. Morgan Hudson-Brown alongside on the outside of the front row. Finley Watson, a previous champion here in Junior Rotax, goes off 3rd place with Pip Morris alongside. Paul Swan and Leo Thompson complete your Senior Rotax grid. Here we go then, heading up towards the timing line. Power down, and we are away and racing. It's a good start from Hudson-Brown, who squeezes Owen Spears to the inside. That slows Spears down, and Hudson-Brown leads. As Owen Spears then is levered very, very wide. I think he'd come into contact. I think that's Finley Watson. It is in the 33. And him and Spears drop all the way down the order. So Owen Spears is in 5th place with contact coming from Finley Watson. Watson's down the inside. He moves up into 4th place. Morgan Hudson-Brown then leads from Pip Morris and Paul Swan. So they head up towards South Bank for the first time. Not the easiest of opening laps for the poleman Owen Spears. Squeezed on the inside by Morgan Hudson-Brown, who has picked up a warning. I think it was for the squeeze. Interesting to see if we see one for the contact by the 33 as well on Spears. But We'll see this at the far end of the circuit. We'll see whether that gets picked up later on. But at the front, Morgan Hudson-Brown. The words of Martin Brundle is off like a stabbed rat and has a gap of 2.2 seconds. Pip Morris in second place. Paul Swan holding on to third, although that is brief as down the inside goes to the 33 of Finley Watson. Expect Owen Spears to make a play for that fourth place as well as they head round South Bank. And you see there Spears getting the right rear, just hooked into that concrete rumble strip down the inside. It's a flat bit of concrete, but does allow the kart to drive round the corner with very little steering input. It just pulls you all the way round. So Watson is through for second place as well on Pip Morris. So 2 overtakes in the space of effectively half a lap into hairpin 2 and then later on into hairpin 3 and 4. Sees Finley Watson up into second place. The gap that he's got to reel in though is 4 seconds on Morgan Hudson-Brown, who leads at the moment with what I feel is enough of a gap at the moment. If he can manage the next 2 laps or so, that he can look after these tyres without having to do too much. Gap was 3.8. This will be the first time that Finley Watson's had clear track in front of him without having any overtakes to do. Gap is now 3.9, another 10th extended at the front by Morgan Hudson-Brown. In the number 25 kart, leading then from Finley Watson. Behind there's a battle for third place going on between Pip Morris, Owen Spears and Paul Swan as Owen Spears goes down the inside into hairpin number 2. Will he get the drive out the corner? Yes, he does, because he's just parked it on the inside and stopped Pip Morris getting the switch back. So Owen Spears sort of reads the book very, very early there. Knew the switchback was going to come and just parks the kart on the inside. Great driving by the 43 and he's up into third place. I think this one though at the front is home and dry. Morgan Hudson-Brown continuing to extend the lead out. 4.3 seconds for Morgan Hudson-Brown in the 25. Leads then from Finley Watson, Owen Spears, Pip Morris, Paul Swan and Leo Thompson. So now Hudson-Brown is in that territory where he could ease up and just go steady on the tyres if he wants to. There is always that worry a little bit as a racing driver though, that you can ease up a little bit too much. And when you do that, the concentration levels drop. So at the moment, Morgan Hudson-Brown just going as fast as he possibly can towards this checkered flag. Can worry about tyres later on. So he's just driving that number 25. He's got enough time to look to the side and just see where the rest of the field is should he want to. Although, having said that, haven't seen him check out anything other than the tarmac in front of him throughout this race so far. Time is at 2 minutes and 20. So he's still got another 3 or 4 laps or so for Hudson-Brown. This is your battle for fourth place. Pip Morris and Paul Swan in the 44 and the 95. Battling it out, and Swan tries a late dive down the inside into hairpin 4. Even the decision to go down the inside took Swan by surprise. So then wide goes Pip Morris around the national loop. That shouldn't hamper him too much because there is grip out there on the outside, particularly in the full wet conditions. That's where we go as Swan goes down the inside at hairpin number 1. Morris will have track position at 2, but then he's tight and Swan will get on the power as Morris gives him plenty of track. Swan, though, will have to go all the way around the outside, will he? No, a nice little switch back to the inside of the South Bank, but Morris has got enough to hold on. Great battle over fourth place here, and Swan's round. Tags the back of Pip Morris at hairpin number 3. loads up the front, the rear goes light, and round goes Paul Swan, and the battle for 4th place is all but over, as Pip Morris now has a comfortable gap. He's just got to realise that he doesn't have to drive the wheels off that 44 anymore, because Paul Swan is no longer right behind him. At the front, the gap continuing to extend for Morgan Hudson-Brown. And the gap has extended every single lap from the start of this race for Morgan Hudson-Brown. The 25 will cross the timing line now with 30 seconds on the clock and he'll be greeted by the last lap board next time round. Will Morgan Hudson-Brown. And for the first time in this race, the gap's come down ever so slightly. A tenth quicker on the previous lap was Finlay Watson in the 33. Not that Hudson-Brown will mind. The gap is 4.5 seconds. There's your race leader on the screen in the colours of Ultimate R, but racing this weekend, I think, with BLR is Morgan Hudson-Brown. He makes his way out of hairpin number 4. We'll see the final lap on the overhead gantry as he comes through. Now just needs to keep the kart facing in the right direction and extends his gap by another 0.2 of a second to just hammer home how dominant this Heat 1 has been for Morgan Hudson-Brown. Paul Swan still trying to close in on the back of Pip Morris, but it's taken nearly a second out in the last 2 laps or so, but it's going to be in vain, unfortunately. The spin up at hairpin 3, ruling out his charge, but that will put him on the inside for the start of the next race, although in wet weather conditions outside is always an option. Through comes Morgan Hudson-Brown to take the victory from Finlay Watson and Owen Spears. That's your top 3. I think in the next one, that one will be a little bit closer, as long as there's no arguing on lap number 1 between our drivers inside the top 3 like there was at the start of that one. So Hudson-Brown wins it then from Watson and Spears, Morris, Swan and Leo Thompson in 6th place. We'll cross the line shortly in the number 179 kart. See, crosses the line to finish in P number 6. So let's have a quick look through our opening heats and just see whether we've got any infractions that we need to be aware of. Nothing out of the first 2 races. Nothing out of the first 3 races. Everybody's been very well behaved today. Even out of the first 4, we've not had any drop downs. Not even any in Junior Rotax, which is normally almost a dead cert. We've got through, all being well. Let's see with the Senior Rotax. We'll wait until we've got confirmation, but we could have got through a whole round of heats without a front fairing or any post-race penalties applied, which, I mean, at this rate, because we'll just send the Clarks home. Oh, well, we've got a DQ in Micromax, but that's not the Clarks' fault. Yeah, you can tell they're not getting paid per penalty because it's been a very relaxed morning, but the driving standards have been superb. So we move on very quickly to our Bambinos once again. It's the usual start where we finish format. So qualifying now is out the window, and we move to where our drivers finished in heats number 1. And then for the final, it will be the points amalgamated from the 2 heats this morning to give us our grids this afternoon. Heath Smith then goes off pole position. Logan Edwards alongside with Teddy Smith and Hugh Riley on the second row. Shay Downey and Matty Smith on row number 3 with Reggie Hadfield in 7th place, the final of our Army runners. Hendricks, Fallat and Wraith Ewing go off the front row in coma, with Isaac Young and Sullivan Crawford on row 2, Max St. Hilaire and Verity Crawford on row 3, Mac McLeod on row number 4 for our coma runners. Ooh. So comas then making their way round. I was about to say front row are being sent forward, but they haven't. Poleman's come forward, and then Teddy Smith's got excited. He wants to get going early, so he's broken free and takes up his 3rd place. So now we have our front row. As we roll in the 86 of Hugh Riley in his Ayrton Senna-esque helmet in that 4th place. So we've got one driver with a Senna-esque helmet. We've got our poleman in comas who will roll forward into position Hendricks Fallat, who's gone full Nigel Mansell with his 1992 Williams replica livery, his Nigel Mansell helmet. I think the only thing that he might be missing, and that's because I think he's 6 years old, is the Nigel Mansell replica moustache. Although in a couple of years, I imagine he's got to have one. In fact, for Three Sisters or GYG, I expect to stick on replica Nigel Mansell moustache for Hendricks Fallat. Our Iarmi Bambinos, who I'm still yet to be told why they stop their engines and then start their engines. I've been doing this a long time, and nobody's ever come in the commentary box and explained why they turn the engines off and turn it back on again. Maybe it's like a laptop. It's the only way to make it work. You turn it off and then you turn it back on again. But away we go in our Iarmi Bambino class. Heath Smith then leads us through the first corner. A much better start for the 81 this time as he holds on to lead from Logan Edwards. We're away in comas as they all slot into order. It's been a good start, though, by the 22 of Sullivan Crawford. Holds on off the outside in the run-up towards the chicane. He holds on into 4th place that he grabbed towards the end of the coma heat number 1. So we're away for 7 minutes plus 1 lap in this second race for our comas into the second run of heats. We'll see what the drivers learned from heat number 1 this morning. 2 leaders again in Iarmi are on a breakaway. Remember last time they went well together and then Logan Edwards had the little spin. Looks like he's right up on the back and indeed goes wide over start finish. And the reason for that is he got such a good run out of hairpin number 4 that I think he thought he was going to go straight into the back of Heath Smith. So took a high and wide line up and over the timing line for second place. Smith then leads from Logan Edwards and Teddy Smith. Hugh Riley and Shay Downey. Matty Smith and Reggie Hadfield. Then into comas. Hendricks Fallat, Wraith Owen, Isaac Young and then Sullivan Crawford. Front of the 18 of Max St. Hilaire, Verity Crawford and Mac McLeod. It's exactly as we gridded up in our coma and Iarmi classes here then. The leading duo. Let's see whether Logan Edwards gets that run out of the first corner again. Or out of the final corner, sorry, as they run up towards the timing line. He did on the previous lap and then had to take evasive action. We've got a drive around at hairpin number 3. And I think that could be Shay Downey again. We'll confirm in a few moments when they come through. Nope, Downey's through, which means it's the 8 this time of Matty Smith, who's had the spin. Indeed it is. Smith will come through over the timing line and you'll see him fall into 7th place in the class. No, in fact, he holds on to 6th. Reggie Hadfield still in 7th place, crossing the timing line just in front. Comas then come through. Hendricks Fallat and Wraith Owen still leading this one, but Hendricks Fallat with a gap of 0.7 of a second. back to Wraith Owen, as we've got another spinner who's got a couple of comas off in the D chicane, one of which was the 18 of Max St. Hilaire. Verity Crawford takes evasive action, has a half spin, but overtakes at the same time, and she will move through into 12th place overall, which will be 5th place in our coma class, 7 in each, with 14 overall runners. Gap for the lead, half a second between Heath Smith and Logan Edwards at the front. Teddy Smith, 3rd place. What is a lonely 3rd place at the moment for Teddy Smith. Doesn't quite have the pace to go with the 2 in front, but has more than enough pace, it appears, in that number 19 to hold off those behind him. Shay Downey was a 10.5 quicker on the previous lap, but he's 1.3 seconds behind, so we'll need to find a little bit more consistently to try and close in on the 19 of Teddy Smith. Out of the final corner, and it looks like Logan Edwards, as I just muted the audio, has briefly taken the lead, but then opens the door very invitingly for the 81 of Heath Smith. As they come up and over the timing line, you don't see many overtakes down the inside there. Often it's getting a good run and going all the way round the outside, but the door opened by the 21 of Logan Edwards allows Heath Smith through, and now he's going to have to do all the hard work again. Is Logan Edwards, who's the first driver today to go sub 1 minute with a 59.8 on lap number 3. In fact, no, that's Heath Smith in 2nd place. He crossed the timing line just behind Logan Edwards. It's the first driver to go under the 1 minute mark, and then went down the inside and moved through to retake that lead, and now has got a bit of a gap to Logan Edwards. What they are going to have to do now is negotiate the traffic once again. Gap is out now to over a second. So Heath Smith puts in almost a 1 minute dead, and it's a 1 minute 1.1 for Logan Edwards. Lap traffic in front, Verity Crawford and Max St. Hilaire in the comas for our IARMY leaders to find a way through. Spoke about this in heat number 1, about finding the using it to improve their sort of racecraft and traffic management. And here's Heath Smith going all the way around the outside. And the pace that Logan Edwards found in the middle part of this race appears to be falling away. He weaves his way through the traffic, but already he'd fallen around about another second off the back of Heath Smith, who now has a comfortable gap, and that gap was there before the traffic. So Heath Smith in the 81, and Logan Edwards now again lapping in the 1:01.4s. And earlier on in the race, he did a 1 minute dead, 1 minute 0.2, 1 minute 0.3. Is now a second or more off the early race pace for the 21 of Logan Edwards. So Teddy Smith in the 18. See him there in the orange cart, just taking the lead of this battle, but he's finding his way through comas. He's being reeled in by Shay Downey. Downey, though, now has to find a way through the traffic, and the timer is down to 15 seconds. Coma still being led by Hendricks, Fallat and Wraith Owen. It's the leader overall. We'll see the last lap board this time round in our IARMY Bambino class, with a gap of what I feel will be nearer 4 seconds by the time he comes round. Heath Smith leads then with, as he commences lap number 8, it's 3 seconds the gap back to Logan Edwards. He's continuing to extend. Teddy Smith in 3rd place. Again, another 10th out by Shay Downey, but Downey's still 2 seconds back and is going to require Smith to get caught up in some traffic, I think, to take a position, and he's already found a way comfortably past the 22 of Sullivan Crawford in Comas. Max St. Hilaire finds a way past Verity Crawford on that previous lap, as the leaders in Coma are now also starting to find some traffic as well. Hendrix Fallat leads with a gap of what I think will be 2 seconds. We'll confirm whether my assumption is correct. 2.3 as they cross the timing line. Out of the final corner though, Heath Smith's going to make it 2 from 2 in the 81. He takes the victory from the 21 of Logan Edwards. Third place in Coma confirmed as well, as Isaac Young takes the checkered flag, having just been overtaken up at hairpin number 4 by your IARMY race winner, Heath Smith. So that confirms a third place for Isaac Young. Sullivan Crawford confirmed in 4th. Max St. Hilaire and Verity Crawford 5th and 6th. And similar will be for Mac McLeod. Behind in IARMY, Teddy Smith confirmed in 3rd. Shay Downey and Hugh Riley 4th and 5th. As Matty Smith takes the checkered flag. Still wait our leaders in our Coma class. They're still racing out of hairpin number 4. So Hendrix Fallat makes his way through. He'll take the victory in heat number 2 as well to add to his heat 1 victory. There's a win for Fallat. Raith Owen in the 31 in 2nd place. And that completes your runners, with the exception of Mac McLeod. Fantastic. I love seeing this in Bambino, particularly when we have multi-class formats as well. The 81 of Heath Smith, making sure that he stays behind the 99 of Mac McLeod so that McLeod can finish his race under a normal checkered flag without overtaking those drivers that haven't finished. So massive shout out to Heath Smith there, just for backing the rest of the field up and allowing those drivers that were still racing to take the checkered flag. So huge credit to Smith in the 81. You don't often see that in Bambino because they normally just get that carried away and love being on track that they just make all the overtakes. So huge shout out to Heath Smith and credit where it's due there for just holding the rest of the field back to allow those drivers that were still racing to take the checkered flag. So Senior Pro Kart will be next. Again, it's a split grid, so even though we do have some juniors that are quicker on the wet tyre, as we saw last time, Oliver Watson, fastest lap was a 55.081. Fastest lap for our Senior Pro Karts was a 57.403 by the eventual race winner, Connor Lucas. But seniors will once again go off the front. Connor Lucas and Ryan Cannon on the front row. George Ludwell and Maximus Shields on row number 2. Ike Needham and Matthew Hauschby on row 3. Addison Smith starts 7th. Isaac Duff alongside Oliver Hall and Dominic Needham complete your top 10. In front of Connor Cran, Riley Matthews, Gavin Pike, Tyler McKenzie and Mark Hilditch. Into juniors, Oliver Watson and Ollie Clegg, Reese Cranston and Liam Edmonds, Isaac Welburn and Grace Matthews complete your runners. Let's have one more memory from 2024. It comes from another of our Senior Pro Kart runners from the 24-hour race here in August. It's Dan Bugard, who says that the camera angle made it look like he'd spun the kart on the opening lap when it was just, in fact, all the other karts travelling in the wrong direction. Sadly, Dan, nobody believes your version of events, mainly because your version of events didn't happen. You definitely binned it on the opening lap of an endurance race where the last thing anybody ever says is, get round the first corner. And Dan failed at the first hurdle, unfortunately. But we do like Dan, so we'll let him off and we'll invite him back for this year's 24-hour. We will hopefully see him. Out of hairpin number 4 then come our Senior Pro Kart runners. Connor Lucas dictating the pace as they make their way through. Power down this time. And it's Ryan Cannon. It looks like he may well have got the jump here. He's going to go all the way around the outside, is he? Will he have enough? In the 4.43, don't think he will. And Connor Lucas holds on with a bit of grip on the inside. Shields gets some air. So he gets the curb. George Ludwell got a little bit as well. And, the 51 is under investigation for a start line infringement. We'll figure out what that is later on as Shields and Ludwell battle it out over P4. Rest of the field make their way round. And the juniors are away and racing as well. Looks like they went actually tighter off the back this time than what they did in the previous race. In fact, last time they were still heading around hairpin 3 when the race got underway. It looks like they are well underway and already making their way through the rest of the field. Lucas then will lead as Shields and Ludwell squabble out of hairpin number 4. Shields then leads from Ryan Cannon, George Ludwell, Maximus Shields, Oliver Watson up to P5 already in the wet tyre junior kart, and he's going to go down the inside at hairpin around the national loop, and he'll move up into 3rd place. Ollie Clegg making good headway as well in the junior, as is Rhys Cranston. Then it's Ike Needham, Matthew Hauschby and Addison Smith, with Isaac Duff in the 74, with Dominic Needham and Connor Cran as well. So Oliver Watson, I'm calling it now, will win this by just short of 1 million miles on the grounds that he's got wet tyres and he's just driving through the field for fun. And then we've got Ollie Clegg and Rhys Cranston doing the same as well. So Watson will almost certainly take the lead heading up towards the national loop. We've got driver round. Looks like that could be Grace Matthews, but we'll confirm in a moment up at hairpin number 3. The kart facing in the right direction early doors, though. Not enough to bring out the yellow flag. She was through and facing in the right direction early doors. Indeed, Grace Matthews is now at the front of this race. Oliver Watson will, I believe, just drive past Connor Lucas down the back straight. The additional traction of those wet weather tyres just sees the 15 move his way through into position, and then Lucas comes back at him. The additional power of the seniors down the straight just giving him a little bit more at the top end. The seniors, remember, on an open gearing, the juniors on a fixed gearing of 2066, no matter whether they're on slicks or wet. So the seniors with an option to change their gearing for these wet weather conditions. They'll normally go up a couple of teeth, but Watson then leads overall, including in junior, and Connor Lucas with a really smart move up at the national loop and just waves Ollie Clegg in the wet down the inside. The reason for that being is that it means that Lucas doesn't have to expect a move from Ollie Clegg on them wet tyres. He knows where it's coming. He just goes offline, allows them to go through, and what he's going to do, Rhys Cranston's through as well, and Lucas will just tuck in and just push the number 19 down that back straight, again heading up towards South Bank. And again, we'll just give that kart a little bit more straight line speed as they head up towards the South Bank corner. So Watson leads, Clegg and Rhys Cranston, your top 3, all juniors. Connor Lucas, 4th place, leading in seniors from Ryan Cannon and Maximus Shields, now up into 3rd place. He's had to squabble for a few laps to find his way past George Ludwell, but is now through and has managed to pull away from the 13, who's in his own battle with the UK plate of Ike Needham. Matthew Hauschby and then Addison Smith, the next 2 seniors in 9th and 10th, so 6th and 7th respectively. Liam Edmonds is behind them in the 5 on wet tyres. He finds a way through at South Bank on Addison Smith. Two minutes to go in Senior Pro Kart Heat number 2, along with the juniors as well. Juniors still setting lap times that are 3 seconds or so faster, and Oliver Watson in this race going quicker than what he did in Heat number 1. Reason for that being is that he doesn't have any traffic to contend with anymore. He can just drive away in the number 15 machine at the front of this race. The pace some 7 or 8 seconds off what the slick times would be in perfect conditions. As we see Matthew Hauschby, that's Liam Edmonds in front of him in the number 5. He's a junior runner on wets. So we catch a few runners coming out of hairpin 2 and down the back straight. Watson already making his way through the chicanes. The gap back to the slick runners is 9 seconds. So our juniors at the front of this one. Keep an eye out as well for Ryan Cannon. He's not out of this yet by any means in seniors, and was 0.3 of a second quicker than Connor Lucas on that previous lap. So they make their way round hairpin number 3 and 4 at the moment. The leaders in seniors, you'll catch them as they come through. That's Watson, Clegg and Cranston. Keep an eye out though, because we're going to have 2 more laps at least here for Ryan Cannon, who in conditions similar to this yesterday set a pole time which was 0.4 quicker than anybody else. Fairly evenly matched this time with Connor Lucas, less than 1/10 quicker. Gap is down to 0.7. He's going to need to find 2 or 3/10 at least in this lap. Needs to find something special in that 43. Shields still in 3rd place. Ludwell, Needham. Then it's the 5 of Liam Edmonds, the junior, in 9th place. Hauschby, Addison Smith, Isaac Welburn and Isaac Duff, who swapped places on the previous lap. Welburn in the junior. Final lap, coming over the timing line right now, is Oliver Watson to commence the final lap. There he is on screen, making his way round the national loop. And you mentioned earlier on where all the grip is, right the way round the outside of that national loop corner. Ollie Clegg, though, closes in by 0.2 of a second on that previous lap. The gap, though, is 1.8 as Watson found his way through. Ryan Cannon was 0.2 quicker than Connor Lucas. We'll keep an eye out on that off camera, and then hopefully once Watson comes through, we can go back to this one. They're about half a lap further back. But see whether Cannon makes a late dive at hairpin number 4. Out of the final corner, though, comes Oliver Watson to take the checkered flag and the win overall and in juniors for Oliver Watson from Ollie Clegg and Rhys Cranston. Back towards seniors, though, we've got Lucas and Ryan Cannon. Cannon probably needed another lap or so to close in any further on Connor Lucas, who takes his 2nd senior victory of the day in 4th place overall from Ryan Cannon. Then it's Maximus Shields in front of George Ludwell. Liam Edmonds moves up into 8th place, 4th in juniors with Ike Needham. And then it's Addison Smith, who finds a way past Matthew Hauschby on the final lap. And then Isaac Welburn, Isaac Duff, Grace Matthews on the wets, and then Oliver Hall, Dominic Needham. It'll be Connor Cran in the number 11. Crosses with a time of 1:03. I think he might have had an incident on the final lap. Tyler McKenzie, Gavin Pike and Riley Matthews, and Mark Hilditch in the 18. So your top 3s then: Oliver Watson, Ollie Clegg and Rhys Cranston in juniors, Connor Lucas, Ryan Cannon and Maximus Shields in the top 3 in seniors. So we're moving on to cadets once again, which means we've drafted the boy in again. Joshua Sullivan joins me in the commentary box for heat number 2 in Hondas. You coming back for the final as well?
Yeah, probably.
Good. Confident enough to do with the grid?
Yeah, so leading away from Arch Cannon, Francesco DiCario, Edward Ride, Daniel Ziad, Henry Colborne, that's your top 5. And Luca Biocci, Ethan Pearson, Sam Dixon, Albie Cam, Sebastian McCarthy, Jake Gibbon, Tommy Burgoyne, Abel Hutton, Oliver Bullock, Andrew McCrossan, Jacob Thompson and Jacob McDonald.
Great work for the child labour that I'm not even paying to read that out, although I did get you 2 hash browns on the way in this morning. So we'll consider that the necessary payment.
Equal.
Happy with that?
Yes.
So, are you not negotiate?
Not really.
No, you're not. I thought you've gone. Oh well, I'll have another I'll have a couple of chicken nuggets later on. No, we're fine on that. I imagine you've been to the cafe
Yes.
at least once.
Got myself
today.
a chicken wrap.
Did you?
Yep.
Good lad. Nice. Enjoy it.
Yeah, it was alright.
That's about as good as you're going to get, isn't it? So, when in terms of that, that's all right, that. I like chicken wraps, I do.
Mostly just ate the chicken.
Yeah. Right, I've accidentally turned the live stream off, only in the commentary box, though, so I can put live chat back on there. That's fine. We've done all of them. Right, they're going to make their way round. Let me have a quick look at another good memory from the year. We'll go with Julie Nichols, who said it was difficult to choose a favourite memory between her son Tom winning the Commentator's Driver of the Day award or his first heat win at round number 9. Well, there were both great achievements there, Jules, for Tom, who really broke out in 2024 as one of the front runners in the Honda Cadet class. He'll be out next. After this one, he's moved into Honda R200. Now have a quick look at... I'm going to go through my first... as we grid up, I think I'll run through one of... No, I won't run through my memory because it's quite long and I don't want to overdo it. We'll go with Janet Webster, who's mum of Peter Webster. He's out in R200 as well shortly. Her favourite memory of the year was Peter gaining his nickname of the accountant, courtesy of Tom Butterworth. As he said that the name Peter Webster sounded a little bit older than what a lad who's 10 or 11 or 12 should do, and it made him sound like he was older and needed a job. So we gave him a title of an accountant. Peter adopted this very well and even joined in the joke by having some money stickers printed and covered them all over his engine and his kart. So Peter joining in with the banter there and enjoying having a nickname here at Teesside. So great for Peter. We'll see him out shortly in Honda R200 when they're out with our Intermaxers next. Looks like we're all gridded up nicely then in our Honda Cadet class. So it's Archie Cannon, the runaway leader in heat number 1. Keep an eye out though for Francesco Di Caro in the 127 in the red and black kart off the outside of the front row. He charged through the field for second place. If he can hold on to that second, he'll be hoping that he can hold on to the S plate of Archie Cannon in front of him. Already out of the kart after a second place in seniors is his dad. He's up on the bank ready to watch his charge, the Scottish champion, going off the front row on pole position. Green flag in the air. Cannon on the front row. Di Caro on the outside. Edward Rye and Daniel Ziad in the second row. It's a good start from Francesco Di Caro. See, right into the back of Archie Cannon as they head up round the national loop for the first time. Cannon leads then from Di Caro and Edward Rye. Daniel Ziad and Henry Colborne before a gap back to Ethan Pearson. And all the way round the outside, he's going to try and go Luca Biocchi. Goes all the way round the outside, maybe a little bit too much. And he's going to have to defend off Albie Cam at hairpin number 2. We've got Andrew McCrossan and the number 20 of Jacob McDonald coming together at hairpin number 1. So we head up towards South Bank for the first time. And here comes Di Caro having a look down the inside of Archie Cannon. Can he go with? And then he understeers hugely wide into hairpin number 3. Manages to hold on to it. Doesn't lose a huge chunk of time. So they'll cross the line for the first time.
So we're leading the way from Archie Cannon, Francesco Di Caro and Edward Rye, Daniel Ziad and Henry Colborne. That's your top 5. Sebastian McCarthy with a good opening lap here with 2 positions from P10 up into P8 right now.
Yeah, great charge from McCarthy. Albie Cam drops 2. He was battling earlier on for position with Luca Biocchi and then appears to have opened the door, and that allows a few others through down the inside. And McCarthy's going to get another one, I think, on the exit of hairpin number 2. Is it? We've got yellows round. We've got Jake Gibbon, and that looks like Tommy Burgoyne. Is it not? Gibbon was off on the outside. It's Abel Hutton who's on the inside with Tommy Burgoyne. Hutton returns the kart to the right direction, and we're back to a full complement of Hondas once again.
Archie Cannon hasn't been able to drive away like he did in the last heat. Oh, we've got 3 wide coming out of hairpin 4.
We have Luca Biocchi leads that battle for 6th place now. Sam Dixon, Sebastian McCarthy all find a way past Ethan Pearson, who falls down to 9th, but he's still right in the mix, as is Oliver Bullock, who I've been telling his dad for ages he needs to be in a cadet. Admittedly, he's not old enough to. He wasn't old enough at the time to be in a cadet. He is now, and appears to be thriving in that number 81 as Abel Hutton peels off into pit lane. The damage from that incident too much for the 17, and he is out of heat number 2.
So now we've got Luca Biocci and Sam Dixon going at it around South Bank, and Sam Dixon is down the inside in hairpin 3. But now Archie Cannon has gained a little bit more of a gap, but we've got switchback coming out of hairpin 4. With Sam Dixon and Luca Biocci, it's settled back into line and coming into the DCK. The gap has reached out to over 8 tenths now for Archie Cannon from Francesco Di Cario.
Yeah, Edward Rye, a 10th quicker than Di Cario on the previous lap in 3rd place. Then it's Daniel Ziad and Henry Colborne. It looks like the top 5, that could be your top 5 throughout the day unless the drivers behind can find some pace. A driver with a little bit at the moment has been Sam Dixon. There he is on screen in the orange and sky blue kart. He tried a move at hairpin 2 to try and get the switch back, and I think he just needs to tuck in there, go down the back straight with a bit of slipstream, and then do it into South Bank, because particularly in wet weather conditions, drivers are always going to get more traction by driving round the outside. He's going to try a switch back. He's side by side with Biocci as they come through towards the timing line. Biocci holds on in the 177.
So the gap's reached out to 1.1 seconds now at the start. But now we've got, with the fastest lap of the race to go with it as well, is Archie Cannon with over 4 tenths the last lap was.
Yeah, good gap now for Archie Cannon. It's not quite as comfortable as it was in heat number 1, but Cannon, the Scottish champion, 6th in the British Championships last year. And for me, one of the favourites for the British Championship in 2025, if they do elect to contest that championship. I think they will. And Archie Cannon, the young man from Scotland, I get the feeling that, for me, if you've got some money and you can find a bookmaker that will take it, I get the feeling that he's one of the favourites for the British.
Side by side, coming out of hairpin 4 again. Sam Dixon and Luca Biocci side by side, but Luca Biocci has sent him out, Sam Dixon out wide to settle it out and put him back into line for the DCK.
Yeah, really impressed with Biocci's first time racing here at Teesside this weekend, and in fairly difficult weather conditions as well for the driver in the 177. See whether he can hold on from Sam Dixon, who appears to get really good drive out of hairpin 4. He's down the inside of hairpin 2 again, but you'll see now Biocci will open that gap up down that back straight because he's on the power earlier by being wider. So that's going to allow him to get away. 2nd place, though, I think is where we've got some action as well. We'll stick with this for the time being because Dixon again is trying to go down the inside of Biocci. Wait for the switch back. See whether he does exactly the same as he did. Not this time round, but 2nd place sees Edward Wright again taking a huge chunk of time out of Francesco Di Cario.
4 tenths there. Edward Wright took out of Francesco Di Cario. Jake Thompson on the last lap took 3 positions to getting up into P13. But then
that's from his starting position.
Oh, that's from his start.
Yeah, but you're quite right. Runs P13 does Jacob Thompson in the 79. The only overtake on the previous lap was Andrew McCrossan and Jacob McDonald, and they're going to cross the line shortly. This is your battle I was talking about for 2nd place, Joshua, with Edward Rye, who's closed in lap on Francesco Di Cario as Archie Cannon has pulled away at the front of this one. Behind them as well, Henry Colburn is taking chunks out of Daniel Ziad. It was 2 tenths on the previous lap, and what is it this time?
It's 4 tenths now.
Colburn taking more than chunks now. He's taking bites out of...
We've got groups of 2 now. For the front 2, there's 2 drivers. For the next 2, there's 2 drivers behind battling for them. And then there's another 2 drivers battling.
Yeah, and then there's another 2. That's McCarthy and Ethan Pearson. They're in the same awning. They need to be friendly with each other. Pearson down the inside of... Sebastian McCarthy.
Henry Colborne down back straight. Daniel Ziad goes defensive down the back straight with Henry Colborne. But Henry Colborne will look to do something. They are side by side coming out of hairpin 3.
Yep.
Will the switchback come?
We'll see. Leader now, Archie Cannon, finding his way through some traffic. Sees the final lap board. DeCaro in second place from Rye. Then it's Ziad with Henry Colborne all over the back of him there. You see them coming through the camera shot. We'll focus, I think, on the battle for second place.
Something's happened with Sebastian McCarthy and Ethan Pearson, because Sebastian McCarthy's got back through and has a little bit of a gap now.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye. We don't know what happened.
Francesco DiCario and Edward Rice side by side coming out of hairpin 1.
Yeah, Rice going to get the run, I think.
Back. But no, Francesco DiCario is using the slipstream of the back marker. Good tactic there.
Yeah,
but now the back marker goes a bit wider, so Francesco will get through. So will Edward Rye. Edward Rye goes
different
wide.
lines into hairpin number 3. And then Rye's going to try a late move down the inside. Archie Cannon's going to take the victory. Rye and DeCaro are side by side. Rye squeezing DeCaro to the inside. DeCaro holds on. Great drive by Francesco DeCaro to hold on there from Edward Rye.
That was close. With
Joshua's focus was on Daniel Ziad and Henry Colborne. Ziad holds on for 4th place.
Sam Dixon got Luca Biocci on the final lap.
He did, didn't he? Up into 6th place. So it's Cannon from DeCaro, Rye and Ziad, Colborne and Dixon in front of Biocci, McCarthy, Pearson and Oliver Bullock driving up into 10th from P14. That's your top 10 in Honda Cadet. Off goes Joshua. He'll be back for the Honda Cadet final because I think he's really, really enjoying himself in the commentary box. I think he'd do the whole day if he could, but I'm going to let him go off and see some of his friends. Intermax and Honda R200 are next up. It's Oscar Roach and Buddy Hugo off the front row with Joey Swan and Layla Bell then on row number 2. Hugo McCluskey and Logan Jones are on row number 3. Sandro Kemp and Grayson Crawford are in front of William Collinson. That's your top 9 and your Intermax complete. Honda R200, 10 runners. Thomas Potter and Dexter Petty, who made up 6 and 7 places respectively on the previous, in heat number 1. We'll go off the front row with Luca Baccio, Evan Ashton, Horspool on row 2. Aaron Berridge and Matthew Plant on row 3 in front of Tom Nichols and Toby Turner. Daniel Hulse and Peter Webster complete your 10 runners in Honda R200. Rolling start, of course. They'll make their way round. Let's have another memory. This time it's David Nichols, dad of Tom Nichols. He's out in Honda R200 in a few moments' time. So it's incredibly difficult choosing one memory from 9 superb rounds. But he went with round number 7, Heat 2 in Honda Cadet, where the top 6 was split by only 0.67 of a second over the line at the end of a great race. Plenty more of our favourite memories of 2024 to come throughout the rest of this race meeting. Thank you for everyone that got in touch and let me know what your memory of the year was. Here we go then. Intermax first. Oscar Roach bringing the field through at a nice walking pace. Heat 1 winner in the pink and black suit, pink helmet, leads us away then. And we're 3 wide as we head up towards the first corner. Joey Swan from second place, as it's a good start again from Layla Bell, who always gets off the line well. She moves up into 3rd place in front of Buddy Hugo, Hugo McCluskey and Sandro Kemp in the 177. R200 are away as well as we head up towards the first corner. Potter leads from Dexter Petty. Petty's alongside. And then slots back into second place. Too early in the race to be going gung-ho. In front of Luca Bachuev, Ashton Horspool and Aaron Berridge, Matthew Plant and Tom Nichols, Daniel Hulse, and then Peter Webster down the inside of Toby Turner into hairpin number 2. Back to the front of Inters as they'll cross the timing line for the first time at the end of the first lap. And it will be Oscar Roach then from Joey Swan. Hugo McCluskey up from 5th at the end of the first run round the national loop into 3rd place. Buddy Hugo, Sandro Kemp. Layla Bell has fallen down the order into P6 in front of Logan Jones, Grayson Crawford and William Collinson. In Hondas, Thomas Potter leads from Dexter Petty. Luca Bachuev, Aaron Berridge up into 4th place, having got past Ashton Horspool. Then it's Matthew Plant with Tom Nichols, Daniel Hulse, Peter Webster and the 66 of Toby Turner. Inter starting to spread out, although we have got Layla Bell. You'll catch her coming through. There she is down the inside of Sandro Kemp. Kemp, though, holds on in the 117. Driver that joins us from Northamptonshire. Well, it's just a village just outside of Milton Keynes, in fact. Not too far from Silverstone. He's currently running well in 5th place in his first visit to Teesside Autodrome. He brings the end of his first year of racing to a close with us here at the annual Teesside O-Plate. He's currently under pressure from Layla Bell. There he is in the blue kart, running down towards South Bank. Bell a little bit too close, and then the kart gets a little bit uneasy and squirrely, but finds grip on the inside. And Layla Bell slides through, and then Sandro Kemp goes round on the outside of hairpin 3. He'll fall down to the tail end of the order of our Intermax runners. At the front, Oscar Roach still leading from Joey Swan. Their time's fairly equal. Hugo McCluskey going well, though, in 3rd place. Hugo, Bell, Jones, Crawford, Collinson and Kemp. At the front in Honda R200, Thomas Potter is under pressure from the 16 of Dexter Petty. And Petty is playing a very smart waiting game at the moment. I think he's just pushing Potter away because he knows that Aaron Berridge and Luca Bachuev and Ashton Horspool are going to be very dangerous. You might as well give yourself a 50% chance of a win if you can push the leader away. If you invite the other 3 in, you've got a 20% chance of a victory in a 5-kart battle. So let's see whether the 16 continues trying to push the 38 away from Aaron Berridge. Down the inside goes Joey Swan. He tries a defensive line, and that's allowed Hugo McCluskey to drive all the way round the outside. And whilst he's going sideways, Hugo McCluskey, one hand on the wheel, lifts the radiator flap as well. A supreme amount of confidence from Hugo McCluskey, driver who finished 3rd in the Honda Cadet Championship last year at Teesside, raced in Intermax as well throughout the year at other circuits, has elected to run with that kart this weekend, is up into 2nd place with a emphatic overtake round the outside of Joey Swan, who's now under pressure as well from Buddy Hugo. At the front, Dexter Petty, he's had enough of waiting, and he slides down the inside of Thomas Potter for the lead. Potter will try the switch back out of 2. Petty then in a straight line, down the back straight they go. And I think Dexter Petty might have enough. Yes, he does. Closes the door on the 38. The door, though, reopens round South Bank. Potter with the tighter line. And then he's going to try the move back down the inside. Keep an eye out, though. That's the 22 of Aaron Berridge lurking and now up into 3rd place. And now we have a 3-kart battle for the lead. Potter's on the outside as he tries to find a way back past Dexter Petty. 2 minutes and 19 on the clock. And this is where the action's at in Honda at the moment. We'll focus on that one as we are nose to tail for the lead, the top 3. Don't discount Ashton Horspool or Luca Bachuev. Horspool has found a way through. And Aaron Berridge down the inside of Thomas Potter. Little bit of side pod between the 2 of them. And then the switchback comes out of hairpin 2. Great move by Aaron Berridge. He's up into 2nd place as they run towards South Bank. Potter's going to get the switch back. Turns that number 38 on a 6pence. Gets it back down the inside, and this is exactly what Dexter Petty's going to want. If he had a rear view mirror, he's going to love the squabble, and it's allowed Ashton Horsepool into the mix as well. The 153 is up onto the back of this train of karts in front. Bachuev's fallen away. He doesn't quite have enough at the moment, but one overtake, and it's coming there as Potter tries a move on Dexter Petty down the inside on the exit of the National Loop. And we'll try it once again into hairpin number 1. A helmet tap from Potter as wide slides Dexter Petty. And Potter's going to go through because he's going to have a nice little wingman of Aaron Berridge. And Petty's going to go from first to third here, is he? I thought he was, but he's kept his foot in round the outside for Dexter. Dexter holds on in the 16. Look, could only be a corner though. Now Berridge is up into third place. Petty then will be hoping that they don't get a switch back because Berridge is alongside. And Aaron Berridge slides through to take the lead. 35 on the clock. Berridge leads from Dexter Petty. Thomas Potter. And then Berridge is slightly wide. No, he's not. Petty is wide. Round the National Loop. Keeps his foot in the 16. That's where the grip is. Through they come. Aaron Berridge with 22 seconds on the clock. The 22 leads from Dexter Petty. Slight tap into the rear. No harm done as they concertina together on the brakes. Luka Bachuev in the 2. Lurking as well to try and get back into the mix of things here. And Aaron Berridge leads. We've got the biggest gap we've had the entire race. And it's 2 kart lengths down the back straight. Quickly back to Inters. Final lap. Oscar Roach leads with a gap back to Joey Swan and Buddy Hugo. Hugo's down the inside at the National. Will he have enough? Joey Swan all the way round the outside of him to hold on. Final lap then for Honda R200. We'll come back to this one because it's a cracking battle. Petty with a move on Thomas Potter for second place. All the way round the outside over the timing line. Aaron Berridge then leads from Dexter Petty. Then Thomas Potter and Ashton Horsepool as they go through the chicanes. Luka Bachuev behind in 5th place, probably the best seat in the house for Luka Bachuev. Not one he wants, though, because he wants to be in that mix, but he's currently watching a battle rage on in front of him. Aaron Berridge defends fresh air down the back straight. He had a huge gap that he didn't need to defend. Will that pay off for him anyway? Because I think he's going to have enough to hold on. Oscar Roach has taken the victory in Inters from Joey Swan and Buddy Hugo. We're still too wide as Horsepool tries a move in Honda. Aaron Berridge comes out of the final corner, head down to win heat number 2. Berridge from Petty, Potter and Horsepool, Bachuev, Tom Nichols and Matthew Plant. We're still battling further down the order as well as Toby Turner gets through on Peter Webster right on the timing line to finish in front of the 25. Oscar Roach takes the overall victory and the victory in Inter Rotax from Joey Swan and Buddy Hugo. Layla Bell and Logan Jones, Hugo McCluskey, Sandro Kemp, William Collinson and Grayson Crawford. And then Aaron Berridge wins a spectacular Honda R200 race from Dexter Petty and Thomas Potter. All 3 of them had a go at leading that one. Ashton Horsepool, Luka Bachuev, Tom Nichols and Matthew Plant, Daniel Hulse, Toby Turner and Peter Webster. Having a quick look into the live chat, Catherine Potter saying good luck to her brother Thomas, who did amazing in Heat 1. Quite right, he did. He took the victory. And NJ Whiston would like more coverage of the Coma Bambinos in the final. He says at the moment all the action has been with the I-Armies. Well, we will try. We just sort of have to follow where the on-track battles are. So if all the Coma Bambino dads are see fit, just tell them to stay closer together and we can have a bit more of their action. But we'll try and pick up a little bit more of that in the final after our lunch break. And we've got 3 more races then before we head off to lunch. We'll, next one being Junior Rotax. Sebastian Benson will lead us out in his Valentino Rossi-esque helmet, which is, I've been sent pictures, so I can only assume is something that Santa has bought him. And that certainly did him very well. We did mention earlier on, new helmets or suits are always worth 2/10. And he put them to good use to win heat number 1 from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Maya Simpson and Caden Welch, who drove through from 10th into 6th. Keep an eye out for him in the 24. Alfie McBain and Oscar Waugh, 5th and 6th. Josh Parry and Josie Fiau were on row number 4, with William Howard and Oliver O'Donovan on row 5. Then it's Morgan Cooney and Samuel Yeadon, Angad Nagra and Holly Swan, Evelyn Bye and Jacob Carnes. Let's see whether he can finish this one. He retired on the opening lap. Field just needs to come together. We've got a few stragglers and a few further down that I think are not in the right place. And early doors, we're calling this one as a false start. We're going to roll round again because we've definitely got a few out of place because, well, Jacob Carnes didn't finish heat number 1 and he's definitely in front of at the moment, William Howard. And we've got the 84 just making their way through. Josh Parry, who I think was late out of the gate, and will need to find his way up to slot into the inside of row number 7. As long as he's done that, I think, by Marshall Post 3, I think we should be good. After that, then it will be looked at by people that are far more important than me. And we're going to start... Oh, no. Thought we were going to stop it and regrid up then, but no. No, we're good. We're going to get everybody into position as Parry does indeed make his way through the middle of the train. It's important there to keep that sort of space to allow him to slot in. And Josh Parry is in place in enough time, I feel, there for everything to be good. So everybody then just into position. We are coming out of the final corner. The pace is quite high. Looks to be good, though. We're happy with it. And the green drops. We're away in racing. Sebastian Benson leads us up towards the first corner. But it's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson all the way around the outside to lead us through. Benson's been swamped as Caden Welch is up into second place. Then it's Maya Simpson. Benson is levered wide slightly at hairpin number 1. Fights back on Oscar Waugh at hairpin number 2. Waugh, though, with a switchback, is through at the second time of asking as they run up towards South Bank. He's up into 4th place. There he is in the blue and red kart. We've got an early warning for the 64 of Oliver O'Donovan. It's the field make their way through, still squabbling it about over the into hairpin number 4, and then that's Samuel Yeadon with a little bit of contact into the rear quarter by, I think it was William Howard in the 27 machine. Stansmore-Wilson then leads under pressure from Maya Simpson early doors, hasn't been able to break away. Simpson up into second place as she dispatches Caden Welch, who had a really good start and had moved up into second place. Off the line from P number 4. And it's Oscar Waugh, Sebastian Benson, Joseph Yao, and Alfie McBain, Josh Parry, and then Oliver O'Donovan, Jacob Carnes, William Howard. Great start from Carnes, 16th to 10th on the opening lap. See whether he can... well, he's gone further than he did in heat number 1. He retired on lap number 1. And he's going to cross the line in a few moments to complete lap number 2. So doubled the amount of race distance he's done so far. Stansmore-Wilson, though, continuing to lead from Maya Simpson and Caden Welch. They're opening up a gap at the front to Oscar Waugh in 4th place. 5th is Sebastian Benson, who started to come good a few laps into heat number 1, and we'll see whether that happens again, whether they've left the setup exactly the same for Sebastian Benson. We'll see whether he can move away. Simpson all over the back of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Stansmore-Wilson, though, with the door closed, has it straight lined into hairpin number 4. Doesn't leave the door open for Maya Simpson to come through. So they lead through. Benson a little bit quicker than Waugh in that 5th place at the moment, but we'll need to find a way through because Joseph Yao is lurking in 6th place. Needs to find a way through. I get the feeling again Benson might have a little bit more speed overall in this one if he can find a way past Oscar Waugh. And the move is coming in the background. We just about pick it out as down the inside he goes into South Bank. Waugh, though, is back at him at hairpin number 4. or hairpin 3 will pick it up, and you see it there in the background. They are side by side still, and Oscar Ward's got back through, and that's going to have cost them all a little bit of time. And it's going to allow Joseph Yao to close back up, and indeed it does. 8/10 slower than the train of 3 in front of them. And, arguing over that 4th place, and this is not what Sebastian Benson, the Heat 1 winner, wanted. Now he's got down the inside of Oscar Ward, and that's a superb move into hairpin number 1 by Sebastian Benson. Got down the inside of Ward. Now Ward and Joseph Yao are side by side as they run up towards South Bank. Yao is through. Ward, though, will drive all the way around the outside and will have more grip, I think, in the 2, but can't get the door closed at hairpin 3. They're still arguing over tarmac at hairpin 4, and Joseph Yao finally gets the job done and holds on to what is now P number 5 for the current Junior Rotax champion here at Teesside. 2:45 on the clock. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson leads from Maya Simpson. The gap is around about half a second, although it closes and then opens up again throughout the lap, depending on track position. We've got a warning for the 22 of Jacob Carnes going out in P9. Move on the previous lap as well. Saw Josh Parry in the 84 move up into 7th place. Alfie McBain down into P number 8. The pole man not having as comfortable a day as he had yesterday in the number 7. Still the final to go, though. Don't win trophies in heats. You win trophies in finals, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is giving herself a really good shot of a front row start in the for this final. Leading from Maya Simpson, having started in 2nd place. It looks like she's on course for pole position, a 2nd and a win. Will go better than Benson at the moment, which is a 2nd, a win and a 4th. So, although, as we've seen, maybe the outside berth is the place to be, as she swept all the way around the outside at the start. And it happened in Heat 1 as well. So that's something that she's got to consider in the final, is that if she's parked in the middle of the track on the inside, she's not going to get the same sort of run as she got previously all the way around the outside. But giving herself a decent chance of pole position. Stansmore-Wilson leading from Maya Simpson and Caden Welch. Your top 3 looking comfortable. Sebastian Benson, the Heat 1 winner, has broken away from those behind him, but doesn't quite have the pace to reel in those in front, because those in front at the moment aren't battling. I think that will change towards the end. Still 55 on the clock. 3 laps to go, because they'll get round before the time elapses. Then it's Benson, Joseph Yao, Oscar Ward and Josh Parry, Jacob Carnes, Alfie McBain and Oliver O'Donovan, your top 10. William Howard, Samuel Yeadon, Angad Nagra, Holly Swan, Morgan Cooney and Evelyn Bai. 2 laps to go then as they cross the timing line. It's been pretty much half a second throughout this race. It's still 4/10 as Simpson and Caden Welch try and close in on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Everything seems to have calmed down a little bit at the moment in Junior Rotax. We know that's likely to escalate again as we head towards the final lap and drivers make their final plays. Great race so far for Jacob Carnes. He's up from 16th into 8th place after a retirement in heat number 1. He's under pressure, though, from Alfie McBain, and a slight mistake out of hairpin number 2. Puts McBain on the inside, and they're argue round South Bank over track position, and they're still arguing about track position. So Isabella Stansmore-Wilson leads by round about a second as my attention is drawn to the man that's dropped his mobile phone down the bank and may well slip as he makes his way back up the bank. So I'm going to keep an eye on that as well, because if he falls, I'm definitely going to laugh at him. No, he's made a successful break back up the bank. Stansmore-Wilson then leads from Maya Simpson and Caden Welch as they head up towards South Bank. Simpson's been defending off Caden Welch, and that's given Isabella Stansmore-Wilson the final lap break that she needs. 2nd place in heat number 1. It's going to be a win in heat number 2 and pole position for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson for the final. Wilson takes the victory from Maya Simpson and Caden Welch. Then it's Sebastian Benson and Joseph Yao completing your top 5. Oscar War and Josh Parry in 6th and 7th. Alfie McBain and Jacob Carnes arguing to the line. McBain takes 8th place from Carnes and Oliver O'Donovan. William Howard and Samuel Yeadon, Angad Nagra and Holly Swan in front of Morgan Cooney and Evelyn Bye. So juniors are making their way round. Micromax are out next. 3 runners. And your Heat 1 winner, Sebastian Crawford, will not go off pole position. A indiscretion in scrutineering will promote Noah Wicklow to pole position. Evan Mellor alongside. Sebastian Crawford then will roll off the inside of the second row for our 3 Micromax runners. Back to our favourite memories then of 2024. In fact, I'm going to run through my ones because I think we'll have enough time to get these sorted. So I think my favourite memory of the year for me personally has got to be the Le Mans 24 as a whole. To be given the opportunity to commentate in France with such a wonderful event. Weather was lovely as well, which always helps. Will be a memory that will live long. Left work on Friday evening, travelled straight to Dover with a few stops to meet Rob Lewis and Kev on the way down. We travelled through the night with a few hours sleep on a side road somewhere that I've got absolutely no idea where that was. We arrived at Le Mans at 8 a.m. and just headed straight to the Mulsanne Straight for a photo opportunity. Went to the track, dropped the kit off, went to the Le Mans Museum before heading back to start putting the cameras up. Race finished on the Sunday at midday. We were packed up and back on the road by 3 a.m. Back in the UK and back home for 1 o'clock in the morning and back in work on Monday morning. So brilliant. What a weekend that was. I've got a few more as well, which we'll run through as we make our way through this race day. So Micro's just running through. Pace is a little bit high at the moment. It's slowed nicely by Noah Wicklow, who's been helped along by Crawford, who then switches to the outside, and Crawford with a great start. Splits the pack, goes straight through the 2 on the front row, drives around the outside and moves through into the lead in front of Noah Wicklow, with Evan Mellor just behind. So they make their way down the back straight for the first time. Then Crawford leads from Wicklow and Mellor in this 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Heat number 2. Will it finish in the same order as heat number 1? Just back into the live chat because we've got another viewer. Not quite as far away as Michael Burke in Australia, but Jan Echterman says hello from Germany. Thank you very much for joining us on this fine Sunday here at Teesside Autodrome for the annual O-Plate meeting. Sebastian Crawford leading the way from Noah Wicklow in this second heat for our micros. Evan Mellor in third place. We spoke about him in first heat of the day, having moved into Micromax fairly recently, having raced in Honda for a while. First time we see him here at Teesside. Just feeling out these tricky weather conditions that drivers will be expecting the track to evolve throughout the day and just get drier, but I really don't think it is. We're not really seeing lap times that are much quicker than heat number 1. And see how that goes throughout the day. Thought that if it followed the trend of yesterday, which saw some of our runners, particularly Joey Swan, in Intermax towards the end, he put pole position in on slick tyres. And it was the same in Senior Rotax as well. They went on slick tyres for their qualifying session. I imagine Junior Rotax did just the same as well. So that was towards the end of the day yesterday. I just don't think today, with one practice session this morning, 2 heats and a final, that we are going to have enough running to dry this track enough in the other parts of the circuit. We always know that South Bank and Hairpin 3 is going to stay wet, and it's a sort of compromise through the race as to where you're going to gain or lose more time. But I think everywhere else today is just going to be too damp for our runners. I think we're getting a bit of a dry line through the D chicane, but it's a little bit risky to bolt slicks on and just drop a wheel off, because you're going to lose far too much time heading through that complex of corners. 4 minutes on the clock, and the gap extending lap on lap for Sebastian Crawford with Noah Wicklow. Previous lap 9/10 quicker for the driver of the 16 that started this race in 3rd place. And, he's gone round at hairpin number 3. And Sebastian Crawford takes to the grass, takes to the rumble strip, and what looked like a comfortable gap of 2.8 seconds now sees Noah Wicklow leading by at least double that. Crawford will cross the line in 2nd place, 4.4 seconds behind Noah Wicklow with 3 minutes and 17 on the clock. Wicklow round hairpin number 2 and down the back straight. Gap is 4.4. We've still got plenty of time in this race to see whether Crawford can close back in. But I think the race now is going to be between Crawford and the clock. We know he's got the pace to win this race. He did that in heat number 1, had that taken from him. Heat number 2, he had a gap of nearly 3 seconds. Gap went out to 4.4 with that spin a lap ago. He lost 7 seconds in that spin. Regains 0.8 of them, down to 3.6. This one's going to be a nail-biting charge now for Grayson Crawford to see whether he can close in on Noah Wicklow. I think we've got 4 laps, and 0.8, that's going to give him 3.2 seconds. The gap is 3.6. It's going to be tight at the end of this one. South Bank corner negotiated by Noah Wicklow. Let's see what the gap is this time as they come through and over the timing line. Gap was 3.6. It's down to 2.8. Another 0.8 of a second. 1 minute and 40 on the clock. Might just have enough here, Noah Wicklow, in that I think he's going to cross the timing line next time round and then one more. So I think we're going to have 3 laps for Wicklow. Should take him roughly, doing some maths, down to having around about a half a second gap at the end of this race. It's going to be tight. Crawford on the last lap with a 52.3. Wicklow with a 53.1. Now a look over the shoulder from Noah Wicklow. Implored from the bank to keep his head down and go forward. 46 seconds on the clock, lapping in the 52s. Gap is down to 1.8. 1 second taken out of Noah Wicklow by Sebastian Crawford. 2 laps to go. And on average, they're going to be pretty much neck and neck as Crawford goes wide at hairpin number 1. He's been very tight in there every other lap, and this time slides slightly wide. Another nervous look over the shoulder by Noah Wicklow. Who says you need a lot of karts to have a quality race? You just need the leader to spin out halfway through and then charge back through to try and retake the lead. Timer is down to 0. Gap was 1.8 seconds. Noah Wicklow leads us over the line then to see the final lap board. Gap is down to under 1 second. 9/10 of a second the gap. 9/10 of a second taken out of Wicklow's lead on the previous lap by Sebastian Crawford. Up to hairpin number 1. And on the brakes now, Crawford's got a real target in front of him in the 53 of Noah Wicklow. Out onto the back straight, half a lap to go. Another look over the shoulder by Wicklow. The gap closing corner on corner. Sebastian Crawford closing in. He's got loads of pace round South Bank, but he's not going to have the dive down the inside because Wicklow parking the 53 superbly. Wicklow squeezing. Let's wait for the switchback. See whether Crawford can get the switchback. Crawford can get the switchback. Crawford is through on the exit of hairpin number 4. And Sebastian Crawford effectively wins this one twice. He had a gap of 3 seconds, spun out of the lead, and then gets it back at the final corner. Sebastian Crawford wins then from Noah Wicklow. That's your top 2. Evan Meller in 3rd place in our Micro Max class. So, Senior Rotax will be out next. That'll be Morgan Hudson-Brown and Finley Watson on the front row. Pip Morris and Paul Swan on row number 2. Leo Thompson and Owen Spears on row 3. Why is Owen Spears on row 3? Let's find out. He had a scrutineering indiscretion as well, and that dropped him from 3rd place down into 6th place. So, that explains why. Right. Back to my fond memories. I've got 2 more of my personal ones, and then we'll do what the other people's that we've had message in as well. So yeah, I have 2 more fond memories. The first one is actually away from Teesside and actually happened away from the track, but seeing drivers that sort of honed their craft here, competing on the world stage for me, gave a huge amount of satisfaction. We saw Austin O'Man, who actually won the Micromax O-Plate here last year, who started in Bambino. He was on the podium at the Rotax World Finals. We saw another driver that we saw throughout Honda Cadet and Junior, and when we ran Minimax as a class on a big chassis here, Lewis Goff also on the podium at national world level as well. Those two both having raced here at Teesside a lot, seeing drivers that sort of honed their craft before stepping onto the world stage was fantastic. Finally, the main memory for me, and one that I have every year, is just seeing drivers improve and emerge at the front of a class. And I'll always have a fond sort of memory of Honda Cadet, my lad having raced in there, but seeing a number of drivers insert themselves at the front of that pack, Tom Nichols, Dexter Petty, Aaron Berridge, Hugo McCluskey, just sort of watching them drivers from when they first came and they were at the back, then they move into the midfield, then they go and win some races and challenge for championships. It's just always nice to just sort of see that progression through. So, and it'd be great to see how those drivers go as they all move into new classes for 2025. Here we go then in Senior Rotax. Hudson Brown off the inside, Finley Watson off the outside. Power down, we're away and racing as we head up towards the National Loop for the final heat before we head to our finals after the lunch break. And Hudson Brown leads us away. Finley Watson into 2nd place. Pip Morris in 3rd. Good start for Owen Spears off 6th place after the 3rd in heat number 1 and then being dropped down the order because of scrutineering. He's up into 3rd place, although it could only be brief. He's going to squeeze down the back straight against Pip Morris and squeezes through into 3rd place. At the front, though, Hudson Brown is under all sorts of pressure already from Finley Watson, who in the first race, remember, both him and Owen Spears came together at the National Loop, lost each other a chunk of time, and that allowed Morgan Hudson Brown, although credit to Hudson Brown, he just gapped the field lap on lap. Don't think he's going to have it quite as comfortably this time round, is Morgan Hudson Brown, as he leads us round the national loop at the end of the first lap. In front of Finley Watson and Owen Spears. Hudson Brown with the door slightly open at hairpin number 1. Then sees the door closed, and now we'll have a good run at Morgan Hudson Brown up towards South Bank. Not quite close enough. Owen Spears in that 3rd place, having got past Pip Morris on the opening lap. Morris still in 3rd place. As I think this battle for the lead is going to go deep into this race. Morgan Hudson Brown holding on and just parking that number 25 exactly where the 33 of Finley Watson wants to be. And going off pole position does give you a few options, because you know you're going to be a little bit further forward. Maybe you go a little bit lower on tyre pressure and then allow that to come in throughout the race, and you know you're going to be towards the front anyway, as long as you can negotiate that first corner. And Hudson Brown sliding very wide at hairpin number 1 suggests to me that maybe they're not fully up to pressure yet, and he's got a few more laps or so to get everything up to where it needs to be. We'll see whether he can drive away, but at the moment, feeling the need to defend, but we know there's grip on the inside of hairpin number 4. Finley Watson, though, side by side with him as they come up towards the timing line. Slots back in, and there's nothing between the top 2 still. Morgan Hudson Brown leading Finley Watson as they start lap number 4. Owen Spears in 3rd place. We'll be hoping these two start arguing a little bit more venomously in the next couple of laps or so, because at the moment he needs 2/10 or so a lap. He's falling off the back of these two in front, and let's see whether he can just hook up, see whether he can break away. And well, not break away, but these two at the front are currently breaking away. He needs them to battle so that he can just get back into the mix ever so slightly. Finley Watson is down the inside of Morgan Hudson Brown at hairpin 3, and we'll be looking to plant the kart in a switchback position on the outside and drive around the outside of Hudson Brown. Hudson Brown holding on for the lead as they head towards half race distance in this race. It would be that when they cross the line next time round, when we had that 1 lap on 7 plus 1, so effectively an 8-minute race, which will be roughly about 9 laps because we're lapping in the 50s. High 50s, low 48s for our leaders. So that's your range in terms of best laps. We're 48.2 for the leader, 48.16 for the driver in 2nd place, Finley Watson. Although, having said that, everything came on lap number 1 where they missed that chicane. We're actually running in the 48.8s. Hudson Brown leads still and parking the 25 again at hairpin number 4, just to stop Finley Watson getting that run. Spoke about tyre pressure earlier on, and maybe now's the time where things are starting to ramp up, because Hudson Brown has got a bit of a gap now to Finley Watson. Slides wide at hairpin number 1. Will Watson use that to close in? Or did Hudson Brown have the gap and the power? He gets on the power earlier. The gap opens up again to 2 or 3 kart lengths down the back straight. It's enough that doesn't have to defend too much round South Bank on the entry in. Can take an optimum line round hairpin 3 as well. I think he'll still do pretty much of a straight line into 4, which he does. There's different types of tarmac down there that give varying levels of grip depending on the track conditions. You just have to find what suits you at the moment. Hudson Brown then crosses the line with 2 minutes on the clock. That'll be 4 more laps of racing. This will cross the line, I think, with around about 20 seconds to go when the time comes, as we go in the sub 1 minute. The couple of laps time. Has Finley Watson got anything in the locker? Can he dig deep? Hudson Brown with a little look over the shoulder. The first one's normally just a curious observation. I'll see whether he has a second one, because the second one's nerves. And we'll see whether he feels that Finley Watson might have some late race pace. Morgan Hudson Brown then crossing the line. Gap comes down fractionally to 0.3 of a second. Goes back out again as they head up towards hairpin number 1 for Morgan Hudson-Brown and Finley Watson. And Hudson-Brown takes a wide line at 2. That should allow him to get on the power earlier. Another look over the shoulder for Hudson-Brown, though. We run up towards the right-hander. A long, sweeping, normally flat out South Bank corner. I'd love to see somebody try it flat out today as Finley Watson down the inside of Morgan Hudson-Brown with some contact as well. Let's give the clock some work to do as it's lunchtime. We don't want them having a break. As Finley Watson down the inside of Morgan Hudson-Brown. 2 laps to go. And, we'll see whether Hudson-Brown can get back at Finley Watson up towards hairpin number 1. Lap and a half to go when they go round hairpin number 2. Run down the back straight, and Watson's got enough to pull away under acceleration from Morgan Hudson-Brown. Hudson-Brown, he parked that 25 very well throughout this race. It looked throughout that Finley Watson had the pace should he be able to get past Morgan Hudson-Brown. He did get past Morgan Hudson-Brown to hairpin number 4. Final lap is out on the overhead gantry. Finley Watson leads Morgan Hudson-Brown up towards hairpin number 1. Hudson-Brown closing in. It was hairpin 2 last time where Watson was able to get away on the power, and again he does. Gaps Morgan Hudson-Brown hugely, but Hudson-Brown's got loads more at the end of the straight, just doesn't have it on acceleration out of the corner for Morgan Hudson-Brown. It's going to be Finley Watson who then will take the checkered flag and the victory in heat number 2. With Morgan Hudson-Brown in second place. Owen Spears will finish in P number 3, having moved through from 6th place at the start of this one. Pip Morris, Paul Swan, and Leo Thompson will complete this one. Bit of a shout out actually to Thompson. It's just got better and better throughout this day so far. It's getting closer to those in front of him. Thompson will cross the line now to take the checkered flag. And that brings a close to the heats. 14 races, still 7 left this afternoon for our finals. We're going to head to a lunch break of around about half an hour, and then we'll be back with our Coma Bambinos and our Iami Bambinos for their finals, and then 6 other finals as well, where we will hand out some of our Teesside O plates to our race winners. Don't go too far. Go and enjoy your lunch. We're back in around about half an hour's time with our finals from the 2024 Teesside O plate. And welcome back to Teesside. It's time for the finals at the 2024 Teesside O-Plate meeting. Hayami Bambino and Coma Bambino are making their way round. Heath Smith, maximum points haul, sees him going off the pole position berth. Logan Edwards alongside Teddy Smith and Hugh Riley on row 2. Shay Downey and Matty Smith on row 3. Reggie Hadfield on route number 4. Then we move into our Coma Bambinos, a similar maximum points haul for Hendrix Fallat. He goes off pole position in front of Wraith Owen, Isaac Young and Sullivan Crawford, Max St. Hilaire and Verity Crawford, and then Mac McLeod completes your runners. Everybody into position then. Hayami's just being started. Heath Smith and Logan Edwards, both on the RCE with the Edwards in the yellow, Heath Smith in the orange. We're away and racing. It's a good start by Smith as he gets away. Heath Smith leads then. Teddy Smith into third place as he almost got past Logan Edwards. Edwards, though, gets a bit more secondary power. We're away in Comas as well. You can see them there in the background. It's a good start by the pole man, Hendrix Fallat, in front of Wraith Owen and Isaac Young. Sullivan Crawford in fourth place. Looks like Max St. Hilaire's had a good start as well. Holds off Verity Crawford. They've been fairly evenly matched throughout most of this race day. And then Mac McLeod in the number 99. The field Comas run down towards the bottom end at South Bank. That camera will be static for probably most of this Coma race, just because the not got the camera op down there just yet. Because he's running back towards us. I think he's forgotten something. Not the camera, that's still there and it's working. But he's definitely coming back to us. Over the line then they come then at the end of the first lap. Heath Smith leads Logan Edwards. Then it's Teddy Smith and Hugh Riley, Shay Downey and Matty Smith, Reggie Hadfield. And then it's our Coma runners. So we'll see Hendrix Fallat there coming up into the camera shot. Fallat leads then from Wraith Owen and Isaac Young. That's been the top three throughout this race day. Similar to actually Hayami, which has been Smith, Edwards, and then Teddy Smith as well. So will there be any change at the business end of the race day? We are up to 9 minutes plus 1 lap, so an extra 2 minutes. What that will mean is that our Hayamis will start to maybe catch the leading 2 in Coma. On the previous 2 iterations of this class in 7 minutes, they've managed to get all the way up to just get past third place man Isaac Young on the in the races so far today. And so we'll see whether they get up onto the leaders of our Coma Bambinos as well in Hendrix Fallat and Wraith Owen. So Fallat will come through. There's a great battle going on in Coma that hopefully we can pick up coming up towards the timing line now as they'll cross. It's Max St. Hilaire and Verity Crawford in the 18 and the 20. You can see them there on camera. Hilaire in the orange suit, white helmet, just in front of Verity Crawford as they'll come through the static camera shot up at the national loop. And then they'll come through the chicanes and then we'll pick them up on the camera on the bank. So they head up towards hairpin 1 and 2. And there's Crawford taking the wider line. Just trying to keep the revs up with Max St. Hilaire in front in the 18. And they'll go down the back straight. Hilaire will take the traditional Bambino line here at Teesside, which involves moving all the way to the inside of the track at South Bank. And takes a wide loop all the way around the outside. We've got some lap traffic coming up for our Comas to make their way through. The 44 of Reggie Hatfield in his first run out here at Teesside. Hendricks Fallat leading then in Coma. Back to this battle for what will be 5th place in class, with Max St. Hilaire and Verity Crawford nose to tail. They come through round the right-hander of the national loop for these two. And they go wide in the middle part of the corner where there's a nice bit of grip out there. They'll slot into, head up towards hairpin 1. And now Verity Crawford with a move down the inside of Max St. Hilaire. Hilaire with the return. And slides back down the inside. They'll run side by side up towards South Bank. Hilaire is back through for second for the position, P5. With Fallat still leading in Comas from Wraith Owen. Heath Smith and Logan Edwards are both in the 59s with the fastest lap of the race so far from your race leader, Heath Smith, with a 58.894. 2.5 seconds is the gap for the leader. The track is starting to evolve slightly. We are getting a dry line round most of it, particularly into hairpin 1. I just still feel that South Bank and hairpin 3. It's the Coma runners that we need to be looking at for an indication of that. They're lapping in the 104s. Throughout most of the season, it's been this time of year, you'd be expecting 101s if the track was dry throughout. So there's still a little bit of time for this track to evolve. Will anybody roll the dice later on when we have Senior Rotax and Junior Rotax as well? Comas still see Hendricks Fallat leading with a gap of 3.4 back to Wraith Owen. Heath Smith leads in Iarmi. So we've got the O-plate of Shay Downey and Hugh Riley battling it out over 4th place in Iarmi. That's an on-track battle for position that we're going to keep some focus on, hopefully, as they cross the timing line. Riley in 4th, Downey in 5th place. So the leader overall navigates the traffic up at hairpin 1. Heath Smith. So see whether Shay Downey and Hugh Riley. And Riley, they're not happy with his exit out of hairpin number 2. Smacks the steering wheel like it's a champion racehorse and tries to will a little bit more out of the 86. He's held on for the time being at the very least. So not happy with his exit out of hairpin 2, but had enough at the end of the straight to hold on as Hugh Riley, as Shay Downey still trying to find a way through. 3 minutes on the clock. And Downey's got alongside. He's going to be all the way around the outside. That's a scenic route from the 0 of Shay Downey. And now they have got traffic in front of them as well to navigate. Teddy Smith isn't too far away from them either. He's still got the battle in front. And the problem they've got is that it's the Max St. Hilaire Verity Crawford battle, and they are squabbling for position. So down this run down the back straight, Teddy Smith's got to be careful that these two are preoccupied with each other. He gets it done on the straight and sweeps all the way round the outside for Max St. Hilaire and Verity Crawford to continue their battle. Could be interrupted, though, very shortly by Hugh Riley and Shay Downey. And their battle for 4th place. Riley's through. Shay Downey as well. He's going to sweep down round the outside of Crawford at one corner, then round the outside of Max St. Hilaire at the next, with superb kart control there by Shay Downey in 5th place. Loses a bit of time though. Hugh Riley was a little bit quicker, caught the traffic just in slightly more advantageous place did Riley, and he holds on then to 4th place. The gap around about 8/10 of a second between the two of them. Comas has still seen Hendrix Fallat with a comfortable lead. He's opening it up from Wraith Owen lap on lap. Down to the 1 minute mark. So Heath Smith crossing the line with 1 minute exactly on the clock, and he's lapping in the sort of 59.8. Might get 2 more laps out of this. If he can get round with a clean lap, he's going to catch up now. He has got past Isaac Young, which is about where he'd been getting in the previous 2 races at 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and he's now catching up onto the back of Wraith Owen in this amalgamated Iarmi, Bambino and Coma. And we've got coming together at the hairpin number 1, and that has allowed Shay Downey to get past Hugh Riley. There was 2 Comas involved in that as well. Looks like it was the 22 of Sullivan Crawford and the 99, I think, of Mac McLeod. As 4 drivers went for the same piece of tarmac. Here's your race leader, Heath Smith, crossing the line. And he crosses it with just under 1 second to go, which means that we have got 2 more laps of this race. The 99 just picks up a little bit of a warning. So everybody is still on track and circulating, which is lovely. And just off camera, we've got Max St. Hilaire and Verity Crawford side by side. They slot back into the order that they have been throughout most of this race. Overall leader Heath Smith is now closing up on Coma leader Hendrix Fallat up towards the South Bank corner. So we pick them up as they run towards hairpin number 4. And Smith will sweep round the outside of Hendrix Fallat, gives him plenty of room. And we'll see the final lap board on the overhead gantry. And those two will circulate with each other for the victories in their respective class, if they can hold on. Hugh Riley is back past Shay Downey, so they come up towards the timing line. There's more lap traffic in front for the 2 of them to contend with. And down the inside goes Hugh Riley, back up into 4th place, then on Shay Downey. Leaders are heading towards South Bank for what will be the final time. Here is Heath Smith then, out of the final corner. Heath Smith out of the final corner. 2 heat victories to his name. He's going to take the final as well. Heath Smith wins the final here at Teesside. Hendrix Fallat will come through as well to win in Comas. That's your top 2. That's your top winners in each class. Heath Smith wins from Hendrix Fallat. They're your top 2 overall in Comas and in Iarmi. Logan Edwards and Teddy Smith complete your Iarmi podium. Hendrix Fallat, Wraith Owen, and it should be Isaac Young. We'll wait for the 84 to come through to complete the podium. Isaac Young is on the podium in Coma, Bambino. So we just wait for the final few runners to take the checkered flag. Then we'll run through the order as Sullivan Crawford crosses the line to finish in 4th place and in 11th overall. So Heath Smith then takes the victory from Logan Edwards and Teddy Smith. Hugh Riley and Shay Downey in 4th and 5th. Matty Smith crosses the line now to finish in 6th place in our Iarmis. The final runner in that class is Reggie Hadfield. Hendrix Fallat, Wraith Owen and Isaac Young, your top 3 in Coma, Bambino. In front of Sullivan Crawford, Verity Crawford, Max St. Hilaire and Mac McLeod. Next up then, Senior Pro Kart and Junior Pro Kart together. We've got seniors will go off the front as they did previously. It will be Connor Lucas and Ryan Cannon off the front row. George Ludwell and Maximus Shields on row 2. Ike Needham and Matthew Hauschby on row number 3. Then it's Addison Smith and Isaac Duff, Oliver Hall and Dominic Needham, Connor Cran and Riley Matthews, Tyler McKenzie and Gavin Pike in front of Mark Hilditch. Juniors sees Oliver Watson going off P1, Ollie Clegg alongside, Rhys Cranston and Liam Edmonds, Isaac Welburn and Grace Matthews on row number 3. Shout out for Grace as well. Her mum got in touch with 2 stories. The first being her memorable moment of the season, which was Junior Pro Kart Heat 1 at the final round, where Grace drove superbly to pick up a brilliant 3rd place. Grace on a new kart this weekend. She was told by her mum that she couldn't have a new one as it was too expensive. So Grace went out and got herself a job, worked 5 shifts a week over the last few months to try and pay for it herself. A great effort. Extremely commendable as well for Grace. Although a few days before Christmas, because her mum is rubbish at keeping secrets, Grace found out that there was a new kart all along. It's just that her mum couldn't tell her about it because it was a Christmas present. And she really did all the work for no reason. And she didn't have to pay for it herself. It was waiting all along. But she has put the money that she earned to good use, treated herself to some wet tyres for this weekend, which have, as I say, come into good use because the track is damp. She will go off P6 in juniors. So they're making their way around. Ike Needham, another driver that's out on track at the minute. We'll start this one in P5. His personal favourite moment of the year was his overall podium at round number 2, a superb 3rd place overall, and also took the class win in club by over 7 seconds. Did Ike Needham? I've got one more memory to run through. We'll catch that later on. If you do have any, let me know in the live chat. We've had Johnny Bean getting in touch, watching from Tenerife. A nice 23 degrees over there, apparently. Shout out to Danny, who's not racing this weekend, but is on the spanners for Isaac Welburn in juniors. Here we go then in Senior Pro Kart. Connor Lucas on the inside. Ryan Cannon on the outside. It's Ludwell and Shields on row 2. Here we go, we're away and racing. It's a good start as they run up towards the National Loop on a track that is rapidly drying here at Teesside. Lucas leads from Ludwell. Shields all the way round the outside. Slots back into 4th place. Ike Needham with a great start is up into 3rd with Isaac Duff in the mix as well. George Ludwell went wide at the first and then had to pay to get back in. He's down the order. As juniors are underway with Oliver Watson under pressure early doors from Ollie Clegg and Rhys Cranston as well. He's got past Liam Edmonds at the start. It looks like he was in 3rd and then Edmonds just got a good start. Shields under pressure early doors from Ryan Cannon, who tries to move down the inside into hairpin number 4. Shields has got past Ike Needham. Clerk of the course showing his displeasure with some of our drivers further down the order as Matthew Hauschby and George Ludwell argue, and then the 51 of Gavin Pike tries to drive over the top of Matthew Hauschby, finds a way through in what I would describe as probably not the cleanest overtake that we've ever seen. At the front, Ryan Cannon, Connor Lucas, still battling it out. Cannon, who was on pole yesterday in these conditions, it's drying as Dominic Needham, Addison Smith come together. Gavin Pike as well. Those 2 karts are locked together. Smith climbing out of the kart. The nose is caught in between the nose panel. He lifts up Dominic Needham. The kart off the front drops Dominic Needham down. The 2 of them arguing over tarmac. 44 gets the warning. That's Addison Smith. Back to where we were at the front. Connor Lucas and the 443 of Ryan Cannon. Junior progress sees Oliver Watson now starting to make his way through some of the senior runners, although most of them senior runners were arguing with each other at hairpin number 2. As through goes Ryan Cannon on Connor Lucas. He took the dry line down the inside as Lucas went all the way round the outside, and through goes Ryan Cannon for the lead on Connor Lucas. 44, that's Smith, that he had a warning, which we picked up earlier on. So did Dominic Needham in their battle that was less 50-50 and more 0-0 because it didn't work out for either of them at hairpin number 2. So Ryan Cannon then will lead us over the line and is starting to pull away from Connor Lucas. These were the sort of conditions in which qualifying took place yesterday. Maybe a little bit drier, particularly down at South Bank, but there is certainly dry lines appearing through the D chicane and at hairpin 1, and they're taking a dry line at hairpin 2 as well. It's the bottom end of the track where the problem is, and in terms of finding a level of grip, and you can see it there, the wheel locked to the right-hand side. Still, we're not even at half race distance yet, and Lucas is coming back at Ryan Cannon at hairpin 3. Expect to switch back slightly by Lucas. Cannon's got the track position though. Through he goes. Shields is falling away off the back of this one. On the last lap, he was 0.6 quicker than the two of them. This time round, he loses 0.4 of a second in 3rd place. Oh, Connor Cran is round. Contact with the 88 of Ollie Clegg. They were side by side into the D chicane. Clegg is on wet tyres. Remember, Connor Cran is on dry tyres, and he was off the dry line because, well, Ollie Clegg was occupying it down the inside. So Connor Cran goes round. Juniors sees Ollie Watson still leading in 7th place overall. Ollie Clegg behind. It's the top 5 are fair, well, top 6 actually in terms of seniors are all fairly evenly spread now. Ryan Cannon leading with a personal best. The times tumbling at the front with our drivers on scene. The only one that's struggling at the moment is George Ludwell. He's off at the D chicane and he was struggling down at hairpin 4 as well. He was involved earlier on in an incident that I don't know whether something's bent. It won't be a track rod because they're running a nylon track rod, but he slides wide at hairpin 1 as well. I don't know whether he's just driving, overdriving that number 13 machine at the moment. Let's keep an eye on him. There we are. Oliver Watson on screen is your leading junior. He's looking back at George Ludwell. As Ludwell tries to overtake him again, Watson's just going to think, well, that's a pointless exercise because I'm on wet tyres. We'll just wait till the next corner. I'll drive back past you again. And he does at South Bank, and then we'll extend that round the really slippy corners of hairpin 3 and 4, and then we'll move off into the distance. So away we go. But yeah, Ludwell appears to be struggling in that 13 at the moment, particularly through here at the D chicane on the previous lap. I don't know whether he just was pushing a little bit too hard. Seems to have settled that kart back in at the moment. Sliding it at hairpin number 1. We don't think we're quite at slicks yet, but there's still plenty of time before Junior and Senior Rotax that there's an opportunity for those drivers that are outside the top 3 to potentially chuck some slicks on and see what happens. So Cannon, that looks like he's been reeled in slightly again. Lucas 0.3 quicker on the previous lap. Fraction quicker on this lap as well. As we head towards the end of this race. Still 3 minutes to 3.5 minutes to go. It's a 10-minute plus 1 lap final this time for our Senior Pro Karters. And still plenty of time for Connor Lucas to get back into this one. Gap was half a second previously as we head towards the timing line. Once again for our 2 leaders. Ryan Cannon leads then from Connor Lucas. Gap was half a second previously. Looks like it's gone out slightly. And indeed it has. 0.8 of a second now is the lead for Ryan Cannon. Remember, his son Archie is out in a few moments' time in Honda Cadet. Got an investigation for the 44 and the 69 of Addison Smith and Dominic Needham, who came together earlier on and who are back together on track at the moment and are having a, let's just say, a bit of a discussion over track position off camera. So we'll see how that one pans out post-race. Still at the front, though, 0.8 of a second is the lead as we've got Mark Hilditch round at hairpin 3 on the exit. No overtaking, yellow flag wave, yellow flag back in. So Hilditch rejoins the fray. Connor Lucas takes a 10th. This time out of Ryan Cannon, who goes wide at the national loop and over the rumble strip. 0.8 of a second is gone in the blink of an eye. Connor Lucas right now up onto the back of Ryan Cannon. As Cannon overcooks it slightly into the D chicane, carrying more speed as this track continues to evolve. Set a personal best on the previous lap. Fastest lap of the race still by Oliver Watson. They is 1 second quicker on wets than those drivers on the slick tyres. So it's starting to come into that 50-second region. The crossover between whether it's quicker to be on slicks or quicker to be on wet tyres. Either way, he's driving towards the Teesside O-Plate in Junior Pro Kart is Oliver Watson. Hopefully we'll see him race that here all throughout 2025. Ryan Cannon, though, leads in seniors. The gap, 0.4 of a second. Connor Lucas, 0.2 quicker because of the off for Cannon at the first corner. 3 laps to go. So we're at 52 seconds. The leader's already heading out onto the back straight, so they'll get round before the time elapses. Shields in a comfortable third in senior, with Ike Needham in 4th place. And it's Isaac Duff in the class. He's 6th overall, having been overtaken on the previous lap by Oliver Watson in the junior leading kart. The other two in that class, Ollie Clegg and Reece Cranston, together on track. 7th and 8th respectively for those two runners, heading up towards hairpin 3 for them. Cannon crosses the line, 16 seconds to go for the 4.43 in front of Connor Lucas, and the 4.43 is wide, and Lucas is through with 1.5 laps to go. Through goes Connor Lucas at the national loop. Ryan Cannon now trying to fight back on Connor Lucas. And Lucas, the defending champion, we've got Max Shields off out of 3rd place. Shields spins at hairpin 1. Ike Needham up into 3rd. Isaac Duff into 4th. Shields, a comfortable 3rd place, gone for the 181. Shields and Cannon arguing then over this O-Plate. Shields defending. Cannon would love to take one back with him up to Scotland. Nose to tail over the line for what will be the final time before the checkered flag. Ollie Watson still leading in juniors and is up into 3rd overall. Looks like it's going to be comfortable and he's going to take the O-Plate in that class. Nervous wait though for his dad on the left-hand side of the commentary box. He's got to navigate that one final lap. Lucas and Ryan Cannon down the back straight, and Cannon's got to the inside as they run up towards South Bank. Cannon is through! Up towards South Bank. Can he get it stopped? Lucas is fighting back to the inside. Up towards hairpin number 3. Look, Cannon's going to try all the way round the outside. Switch back between the two of them up to hairpin 4. Can Cannon go all the way round the outside? Get the power down and switch it back on Lucas. Still side by side as they head up towards the D. Ryan Cannon snatches the victory away from Connor Lucas. Lucas can't defend his O-Plate. And there's one going back with the Cannon family to Scotland, and one still on the table for Archie to try and win in a few moments' time. Great sportsmanship from the two of them as they fist pump halfway round the national loop. Ollie Watson wins in junior, and he will erase the 15 off his cart. He'll bang an O-Plate on there here at Teesside. Watson with the victory in junior from Ollie Clegg and Reece Cranston. So to run it through in class order, Ryan Cannon, Connor Lucas and Ike Needham, your top 3 in seniors, from Isaac Duff and Maximus Shield, who spun out of 3rd place down to 5th with a lap and a half to go. George Ludwell, Ollie Hall and Matthew Hauschby in front of Riley Matthews, Connor Cran and Tyler McKenzie, Addison Smith, Dominic Needham, Gavin Pike and Mark Hilditch. Juniors, your winner, Oliver Watson, Ollie Clegg and Reese Cranston, Liam Edmonds, Isaac Welburn and Grace Matthews complete your Junior Pro Kart grid. Well, it's Honda Cadet time, which means that you get double the Sullivan in the commentary box. Joshua's back once again. Enjoying yourself today, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, good. Doing the grid again?
Yes, sure.
Go on then.
So we'll lead the way with Archie Cannon, Francesco Di Cario, Edward Wright, Daniel Ziad, Henry Colburn, Luca Biocci, Sam Dixon, Ethan Pearson, Sebastian McCarthy, my voice is cracked.
Albie Cam.
Albie Cam, Jake Gibbon, Oliver Bullock, Tommy Burgoyne, Jacob Thompson, Abel Hutton, Andrew McCrossan and Jacob McDonald.
It's not as easy as it looks, this, is it?
My voice cracked.
Right, let's see if we've got any live chat. We do. Sam Hayes has got in touch. Lovely. He's just moved into a new house, has Sam. Well, it's further away from Teesside, so not really needs to sort that out and move back closer. He's gone from Manchester to North Wales, but he's close enough for Three Sisters and GYG. We'll see you in a few weeks, hopefully. Honda Cadet, they're making their way round with the 1-0 plate already heading back with the Cannon family. Can we make it 2? Archie's already had 2 wins here today. Let's see whether he can make it 3 with the final victory. Can Francesco Di Caro, Edward Rye, Daniel Ziad, Henry Colburn, can they make a difference? That's been your top 5 throughout the day. We're going to see any surprises. I'm really impressed with the 177 of Luca Biocci. He's done well at his first time here at Teesside. Been equally as impressed with Sam Dixon, who was not happy with his qualifying position of 11th yesterday. He's really got his head down today. Has Sam Dixon in the orange and blue kart. See where he goes. Ethan Pearson's drove well as well. He qualified a superb 3rd yesterday. He's had some good pace today. I think he's just sort of missing that sort of racecraft of running at the front. But it'll come as he ends his first year of Honda Cadet racing as he moved out of Bambino at the start of 2024. Great to see some of our Bambinos stepping up as well, with Oliver Bullock, Tommy Burgoyne, Abel Hutton making their transition into Honda Cadet as well. You haven't looked if anybody's braved slicks yet?
Yes.
I don't think it's time. For particularly with the cadets, I think Junior Rotax, I think we might see 1 or 2 roll the dice further down, because we know that Pro Kart were almost there or thereabouts in terms of the slick runners and the wet runners. The wet runners were around about the 2nd, but their tyres are harder compound and not quite as grippy as the Mojos. So I don't know whether there's a... Yeah, in fact, Lucas did set the fastest lap towards the end. Yeah, well, you're on the ball, aren't you, son? Top work. So yeah, the slicks for Pro Kart were quicker towards the end, but it's whether the wets have got enough to break away in the first few laps than what the slicks are. So it's still really out there for a choice. If I was further down the order, I think I'd give it a whirl, but we'll see. Green flag is up, 10 minutes on the clock for Honda Cadet. And we're away and racing. It's a good start from Di Caro as he gets across, but then he's across and catches the back rear bumper of Archie Cannon. Into the right-hander we go as Cannon breaks away. Di Caro, then it's Edward Rye, Daniel Ziad and Henry Colburn, the top 5 so far throughout this race day. As the runners make their way into what is now a lot drier hairpin 1 than it was early doors. Henry Colburn is down the inside of Daniel Ziad. It hasn't helped either of them. Luca Biocci's up into 4th place. In the 177, Colburn's going to tuck him behind. Ziad will drop down into 6th place. And then Ziad's going to try the drive around the outside. Was briefly 6th. Now he's back up into 5th place. And then he's going to try and snatch 4th back as well from Luca Biocci. And is that going to allow Colburn to get back into it? They're all scrobbling. And look what it's done for the top 3. They're breaking away.
got someone round at the final corner.
Oh, it looks like Andrew McCrossan, yeah, is coming to harm at hairpin number 3 and around. Goes McCrossan in the number 36.
So Archie Cannon leads the way from Francesco Cario, Edward Rye, Luca Biocci, Henry Colborne, Daniel Zayad, Ethan Pearson, Sam Dixon, Sebastian McCarthy, and Abel Cam.
Albie Cam, yeah.
Cam. Sorry.
With Jake Gibbon in front of Oliver Bullock in the number 81. So Tommy Burgoyne just behind him and Abel Hutton as well in the number 17 in 14th place. So we've got a warning incoming. It's for the 15 of Daniel Zayad. He's currently running in 6th place at the moment, and they're all battling it out. There's a great squabble going on there, but it is allowing the leaders to break away.
And Lucas Biocci as well. He's just in a fight for himself right now for P4.
Yeah, he's closing in though, 4/10 of a second almost quicker than the two in front. And Edward Rye has found a way past Francesco Di Caro.
And given the fastest lap on that last lap, a tenth faster than Archie Cannon, who's leading the way.
Yeah, good move by Edward Rye on Francesco Di Caro, and even with that overtake was a tenth quicker.
Sebastian McCarthy with a good opening lap here, up into seventh with 2 positions already.
It's been a good start for McCarthy. 2 on the previous lap, just settled in on the opening lap, did McCarthy, and now he's challenging Daniel Zayad for 6th place is Seb McCarthy in the 56. So, takes a wide line there. He's the driver in the blue behind the driver in the yellow. See whether he can get a drive out of the corner. 3rd place is not out of the question here either. Luca Biocci's found something for this final, whether it's just the drying conditions.
Fastest lap as well by Biocci.
Oh,
by about 6/10.
No, second quicker nearly than Francesco Di Caro. No, needs to find a way through past Di Caro, pretty much for me, on this lap. He's going to try it out of hairpin number 2. What a drive for Lucas Biocci.
Now up into 3rd place, and we'll be looking. Side by side now, coming into hairpin 3. Luca Biocci is trying to hang it around the outside, but hasn't been able to.
No, Di Caro, though, carries too much speed, I think, into 3. There'll be a switchback coming, I imagine, by Biocci. We're back as we were at the front, Archie Cannon and Edward Wright. Then it's this battle between Francesco Di Caro and Luca Biocci that we're following on camera at the moment.
The gap goes out to 1 second for Archie Cannon, with a comfortable lead right now, with Francesco Di Caro as well with a second behind Edward Rye now. So it's just really Archie Cannon's in a race for his own, and so is Edward Rye. Yeah, it's that little bit. It's that argument, isn't it, between the two of them? We've got a 4-kart battle further back as again Di Caro looking left, looking right. Oh, and there's contact between Biocci going up the back of him, but I think that was more the fact that Di Caro was just weaving down the back straight. He looked left, right, and then Luca just didn't know where to put the kart and just drives straight up the back of the 127. They're both facing in the right direction. Behind them, though, we're 2 wide out of the final corner with Sebastian McCarthy driving all the way round the outside of Daniel Zayad as the track begins to dry here at Teesside Autodrome. We're still in the 51s. It's still some 3.5 seconds off the full slick pace for our Honda cadets here. So McCarthy going well in this 4-kart train for 6th place. He's up to 6th. Daniel Zayad, Sam Dixon and Ethan Pearson. Pearson with a good drive out of the hairpin 2. Looks like he might have found a way through. We've got a yellow flag, but it's back in. Yeah. And Biocci's down the inside at 3. And now, Luca Biocci has got past, defends into hairpin 4. Francesco Di Caro has got a little bit of a switchback, but I don't think he fully will be able to get alongside. No, they fit back into line going into hairpin. Into the DCK, and then we'll have to fight for another corner. Yep, so on camera there, we just saw Sam Dixon going side by side with Daniel Zayad up towards the timing line. Sebastian McCarthy's using that to break away from the battle behind them, and Ethan Pearson now is right on the back of Sam Dixon as Di Caro goes wide at 1, and Henry Colborne is up into 4th place as well. And that gives Lucas Biocci a little bit of a gap now, coming down the back straight coming into South Bank. So yeah, Colborne up into 4th on Di Caro.
just saw the end of that one. Did you catch the start of that, Joshua, out the window?
Yes. Kind of basically going into hairpin 1, Henry Colborne closed massively, and then and then Francesco Carvio tried to get a switchback coming out of hairpin 2, but didn't have the drive.
Yeah, Di Caro just being a message on the overhead gantry regarding weaving.
Sebastian McCarthy now with a little bit of a gap now to Daniel Ziad.
Doesn't he? Because Ziad's under pressure from Sam Dixon as they head up round the national loop. You saw them go through the camera shot there. Ethan Pearson as well is sticking with Sam Dixon as they head up towards the hairpin number 1. Been really impressed with Pearson this weekend. Similarly with Dixon recovering from what he felt was a disappointing qualifying yesterday. And we see them on camera now. It is McCarthy with the breakaway. Here comes Pearson then down the inside of Sam Dixon and slides through down the inside. Dixon now with trying to get track position up into hairpin number 3. So Henry Colborne, keep an eye out here. Let's have a quick look on the number 75. 2 tenths quicker than Bicocci, but then Bicocci's a little bit quicker at Edward Rye in front as well. But Rye, I think, should have enough here. But Henry Colborne still got a sniff of a trophy, 3rd place.
Oh, Ethan Pearson has got through on Sam Dixon here.
Yeah, it was down at, we caught it at South Bank, didn't we? And he's actually broke away slightly, in fact, from the 76. He's sort of equidistant between him and the 15 of Daniel Ziad.
Jake Gibbon as well goes up a position last lap as well.
As he got past Albie Cam, as he has. Yes. There's lots of changes there. Abel Hutton with a move on Tommy Burgoyne as well. Still with 2.5 minutes to go, so we're about at the time where the checkered flag would normally be flying. Archie Cannon comes through with a lead, which will be around about 3 seconds. Let's catch this battle for 3rd place, though. There's still a podium to be looked at here for Henry Colborne as he takes half a second out of Luca Bicocci of the 3rd place. So they'll run up toward, there the two of them are. Colborne in what looks like an orange helmet. It is, because it's yellow on the front, orange on the back. In the number 75, that's a new lid as well for Henry Colborne. And to be fair, they could both get on a podium here because they're reeling in Edward Wright. It was only a 10th or so by Bicocci on the previous lap, but I think this one could be a little bit more. See whether them tyres have gone off on the 66. We've still got 1 minute and 30 on the clock. We're lapping in the 51s, so 3 laps to go then.
Ethan Pearson now right on the back bunter of Daniel Ziad.
He is,
and they're both closing up on the back of Sebastian McCarthy.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that one, see whether they are indeed. McCarthy pulled away on the previous lap. And they'll cross the timing line this time.
Yeah, 6 tenths closed in there.
So Daniel Ziad and Ethan Pearson closing in now on Sebastian McCarthy for 6th place.
Francesco Di Cario's just there now, sitting in 5th place comfortably, and has a massive gap in front of him to Henry Colborne.
Yeah, his pace went early doors, didn't it, unfortunately, for Di Cario. He had the pace early on, and has had good pace throughout this race weekend to run right at the front. Blue flag out as the leader is catching some lap traffic, but he's earned himself the right to do this as safely and as at leisure as he wants. If the gap is 4 seconds, he's down the inside and moves through and sets the fastest lap of the race with a 51.075, 6 tenths quicker than those behind, as both Luca Bicocci and Henry Colborne are closing in again on Edward Rye. 4 tenths quicker on the previous lap. Bicocci wide though at hairpin 2. Rye with a look over the shoulder. This isn't over by any stretch.
The timer down to 0 now.
Yeah,
There's
Archie
one
Cannon.
lap left.
Yeah, Cannon going slightly wide at hairpin 3, but slotting, moving himself back through. This is your battle that we're looking at for the podium. They've got some lap traffic to contend with in front, and Colborne is through on Bicocci down the inside of hairpin 3, or hairpin 4. Bicocci gets the drive though, and slots back into position in 3rd place. Lap traffic in front, which they're going to catch, I think, round the national loop. And heading up towards the chicane, Andrew McCrossan moves out of the way. Great awareness by the 36. Superb by him. Edward Rye, Luca Bicocci, Henry Colborne. 2 steps on the podium, and down the inside goes Colborne, but he's going to be tight on exit. Bicocci's going to get the drive. Cannon at the front, driving away. 2 further steps on the podium, being argued over by 3 drivers.
Yes, so now Edward Rye leads that battle here from Luca Bicocci and then Henry Colborne.
Out of the final corner, Archie Cannon says to his dad, anything you can do, I can match. 2 O plates for the Cannon family as Archie Cannon takes the victory here at Teesside from Edward Rye and Luca Bicocci. Henry Colborne in 4th place. Gutting for him if that one of those 3 had to miss out on a podium. Drove superbly throughout that one. Francesco Di Caro in P5. Sebastian McCarthy, a great drive through to P6 for the 56. In front of Daniel Zayad, Ethan Pearson and Sam Dixon. Jake Gibbon inside the top 10 in P10. In front of Albie Cam and Abel Hutton. Then it's Tommy Burgoyne and Oliver Bullock, 13th and 14th. Jacob McDonald and Jacob Thompson will cross the line now and now, respectively, to see those drivers take the checkered flag.
Master for 200, please.
Okay. Joshua's gone, forcefully removed from the commentary box because I think he'd nail himself down and commentate on all the races, but he's gone, and we'll see him racing this season in Junior Pro Kart. In due course, the home plate of that already run and won by Oliver Watson. So, having a quick look into live chat, Sam Hayes does indeed confirm that he will see us at GYG, which is fantastic, 'cause it's nice and close to his house. Right, let's have a look at our grid for our Intermax and our Honda R200. Oscar Roach on pole position, 2 heat wins so far, sees the 196 machine go off the pole position berth. Buddy Hugo will be alongside Joey Swan and Layla Bell on row number 2, in front of Hugo McCluskey and Logan Jones, Sandro Kemp and Grayson Crawford. Then it's William Collinson in 9th place. Leading and pole position for our Hondas will be Thomas Potter. Alongside him, Dexter Petty, an equal amount of points, but a more advantageous finish in heat number 1 for Thomas Potter. Sees him on pole position. Aaron Berridge, the heat 2 winner, and Luca Bachev on row 2. Ashton Horspool and Matthew Plant, row 3. Tom Nichols and Toby Turner on row number 4, in front of Daniel Hulse and Peter Webster. Field making their way round into position as we head up towards the timing line. Rolling start for our Inters. Oscar Roach dictating the pace. Again, it's a nice and slow one, and then he's going to power down as they get towards the cones, and it's an expert start that by Oscar Roach. You can tell it's certainly not his first rodeo. He leads us round the national loop then for the first time from Joey Swan. It's a good start once again from Hugo McCluskey, 5th up into 3rd, in front of Buddy Hugo. And then it's Sandro Kemp with a good start up into 5th. Layla Bell drops down into 6th under pressure from Logan Jones. R200 are away as Thomas Potter and Dexter Petty go side by side round the national and slot back into position as they were. Aaron Berridge has jumped in front of Luca Bachev and moves up into 3rd place. In fact, he did start in 3rd. I thought they were opposite way around, but we had a contact for the number 2. That is Luca Bachev as the field runs down the back straight for Honda R200 for the first time. Wide goes Oscar Roach at hairpin 4. Allows Joey Swan, the current Teesside champion, to close up onto the back of him at the very least round hairpin 4 and then slides slightly wide. Looks like Roach has just got a little bit more grip under him, particularly around the national loop. Looks like Swan could be a little bit later on the brakes though, and they've got Hugo McCluskey to contend with as well, as Aaron Berridge and Dexter Petty in Honda have swapped positions. They are Berridge is up into second place. They've got a big gap though that they're going to have to work hard to close down Thomas Potter, as there's a concertina at hairpin number 1 as both Matthew Plant and Tom Nichols in front of Luka Bachuev. They almost got pinballed slightly wide, but they all slot back in and hold their track positions. Inter, though, is still close at the front between Oscar Roach and Joey Swan. We've got another warning for the 2, which is not a carryover from the first one. That's the second warning for the incident at hairpin 1, the little double tap. It's the top 4 in Inters. Run nose to tail, Oscar Roach, Joey Swan. The front in R200, Thomas Potter, with a personal best, was nearly a second quicker than Aaron Berridge on that previous lap. The driver of the 38, Dexter Petty, back down the inside on Aaron Berridge. Battling over second place, is not going to close you up on the 38 in front. Head down and go forward, and that's certainly what Tom Nichols is doing. He's got his head down and he's going forward past Matthew Plant. No, Plant's drove all the way around the outside at the National Loop, using the grip on the outside. At the front in Inter still, it's Oscar Roach. We follow the battle on screen between Roach, Joey Swan, Hugo McCluskey and Buddy Hugo. Back through goes Aaron Berridge. Personal best. And they were 3/10 off Thomas Potter that time. Potter opening the gap up now to around about 1.7 seconds. And this train can work together. There's an option to still close that in. They are going to have to play nicely with each other. That's the train I'm talking about. That's the second place. It goes from Aaron Berridge down to Luka Bachuev as they all fan out round South Bank and then all go back into order. Bachuev down the inside of Ashton Horspool. Horspool will have track position and he goes down the inside of Tom Nichols. Nichols all the way round the outside, tries to hold on and can't. And now Matthew Plant's coming into this one for third place, challenging Dexter Petty. Personal best for Aaron Berridge, but still 2/10 off the race leader Thomas Potter in the 38. The gap is nearly 2 seconds. Still 6 minutes to go on this track that Potter knows incredibly well. Up to second place in Inters goes Hugo McCluskey. So we're going to maybe head back to the front of that one as McCluskey slides through on Joey Swan. It's still very wet, as you can see, round South Bank. Great move by Ashton Horspool there on Matthew Plant. And then Plant gets back through there, still side by side, up and over the timing line. Plant will hold on and slot back in. Bachuev's got past Tom Nichols. See if we can pick the leaders up in Inters as they head up towards South Bank, because Hugo McCluskey's got through on Joey Swan. So Oscar Roach leads from Joey Swan and Hugo McCluskey, and they're arguing over second place. Bit of contact between the two of them. So side pods, the gap goes out by 0.3 of a second to Oscar Roach at the front. They need a little bit of compliance working together. Just looking at Hondas out the window, they're still arguing. Dexter Petty and Aaron Berridge. Petty's back up into second place. As they make their way through, they're side by side. And they're going to have to sort themselves out. Petty is back up into second place. Again, though, the gap is out another half a second to the leader, who's just gapping them at the moment. Field going through. Warning for the 16 of Dexter Petty. Luka Bachuev's down the inside of Matthew Plant. The gaggle of karts up there in Honda. I think we'll go back to that as the top two in Inter are still together, but we'll keep an eye out on that. Joey Swan now under pressure from Buddy Hugo. Dexter Petty and Aaron Berridge earn themselves a warning each. And their battle for second place. There's Thomas Potter, your leader, in the green kart. Dexter Petty now takes 0.2 of a second out of Thomas Potter. Contact warning for the 22 of Aaron Berridge. That's his second of the race as well. If they can work together for a little while, there's still a chance here. They've took 0.2 out of Potter on the previous lap. Bachuev's coming down the inside of Aaron Berridge and is through at South Bank. Berridge is still going to try and fight back all the way around the outside. There's Dexter Petty in the blue helmet. See whether he closes in at all this time on Thomas Potter or whether the gap goes out. 0.3 he takes out of Potter, and Potter's got some lap traffic in front of him. The gap is down to 1.8 seconds. It's still going to be a big ask for Dexter Petty. It's going to be even more of an ask now because down the inside goes Luka Bachuev in the 2. That kart is coming to him at the right time in this race. So they head down the back straight. And he's got a superb run for Luka Bachuev. They've played the long game with that kart. It went backwards at the start as the tyres came up to pressure. And now Luka Bachuev in the 2 is hunting down Thomas Potter, although he slides wide at hairpin 4. That's not going to help him at all. And now he falls back behind towards Dexter Petty and Aaron Berridge. 2 minutes to go. Lap traffic in front of them that Potter's already navigated. That is of the 22 of Grayson Crawford, which they'll catch, I think, at around about hairpin 2. And that run, and wide goes Bachuev. Slides out of second place and out of a chance of trying to close down Thomas Potter. Drop the right wheel onto the wet patch on the outside, and he's off the podium as it stands. He's down into 4th place behind Aaron Berridge. And Bachuev, who closed right up on that previous lap, was a second quicker than Potter. There's some lap traffic in front that the Hondas have got to try and get through, and they're not going to be able to do it in a straight line. 1 minute and 16 on the clock. And that's not for our Hondas. As Petty tries to get through on Crawford. And we'll have to send it down the inside into hairpin 1 and does. And that slowed him down and through goes Aaron Berridge. Dexter Petty back down the inside. There were blue flags being waved. Crawford's not to move out of the way. He just needs to be aware that there was karts coming. Oh, Petty's round! Contact between Dexter Petty and Aaron Berridge at South Bank. Dexter Petty tipped into a spin and he goes all the way up onto the outside of the South Bank corner for Dexter Petty. Potter still leading this one in Hondas from now Luka Bachuev, who moves up into 10th place overall, second in class, 2.2 seconds the gap at the front in Inters. Still Oscar Roach from Hugo McCluskey, and now Buddy Hugo as Joey Swan has fallen away. That happened on lap number 8. We missed it off camera, but a lap of 56 seconds means he's likely had a spin. Investigation for the 16 and the 22 for the incident up at South Bank. And Berridge is through now again into second place. Bachuev, who was in seconds, dropped down into 5th briefly, but now will move up. Willie trying to get round the outside of Ashton Horspool. Time elapses down to 0. That's for Oscar Roach, who's coming through. So Honda have got 2 laps effectively. Berridge on the previous lap 0.3 quicker than Thomas Potter at the front, but they've just been squabbling, so much so that Tom Nichols has moved up now into 3rd place, and he's going to get a good run down the back straight. He's going to try and push Aaron Berridge. Berridge is going to defend the second place as if it's the lead, because I don't think he feels that they can have enough to catch Thomas Potter in front of them. I think Bachuev might have done had he not had that spin earlier on that sent him down the order, because he was taking nearly a second a lap out of Thomas Potter. Leaders in Inters are heading towards South Bank for what will be the final time for Oscar Roach. Round hairpin 3 then for the final time for Oscar Roach. Out of hairpin 4. 2 heat wins so far for Oscar Roach. And he's going to take the win as well for the 196. Roach wins from McCluskey and Buddy Hugo. Back onto the back straight. The battle for second place in Honda still raging on as they head up towards South Bank. Tom Nichols now up into second place. Thomas Potter's going to win this one. He won the Honda 200 O-Plate last year. He's going to win the Honda R200 O-Plate in 2024. Potter takes the victory. Nichols in second place from Aaron Berridge and Luka Bachuev. Then it's Ashton Horspool, Matthew Plant and Peter Webster. Your results then from a frantic Intermax and Honda R200 final. Oscar Roach, Hugo McCluskey and Buddy Hugo, your top 3. Logan Jones, Layla Bell and Sandro Kemp. Joey Swan, William Collinson and Grayson Crawford in Inters. Honda R200 won by Thomas Potter, replaces one O-plate for another. And then it's Tom Nichols and Aaron Berridge, Luka Bachuev and Ashton Horspool, Matthew Plant, Peter Webster, Dexter Petty, Toby Turner and Daniel Hulse. Junior Rotax final then is heading out onto grid. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson will go off the inside this time after a superb drive all the way round the outside to take the lead at the start of heat number 2. So she's on pole with Sebastian Benson for company, Maya Simpson and Caden Welch, and it's Oscar Waugh and Alfie McBain. Joseph Yao and Josh Parry, William Howard and Oliver O'Donovan with Samuel Yeadon and Angad Nagra. Then it's Morgan Cooney and Holly Swan, Jacob Carnes and Evelyn Bai. Get the feeling we're rolling this round. I can't see us getting this underway. The field is very, very fragmented. And quite rightly, we're going to have a false start. Flag will be shown at Marshall Post 1. And everybody knows it already. The tail end of the field. Not quite close enough. The pace a little bit too quick at the front as well. Give the drivers an opportunity to get some additional heat into their tyres for this 10-minute plus 1 lap. Junior final. Race last year won by Addison Smith. We'd already seen him in action already in Senior Pro Kart. His final didn't quite go to plan for Addison Smith after a great qualifying yesterday. Saw him in 4th place. So juniors will once again have a go at this one. Pace slowed, a lot better this time, and the field a lot closer together. And we're away and racing, and it's Sebastian Benson who looks like he's made headway all the way round the outside. He takes the middle line. Caden Welch with a good start as well goes through up into 2nd place. Stansmore-Wilson then leads from Caden Welch and Oscar Waugh, Joseph Yao, Maya Simpson, Sebastian Benson, and then it's the number 7 of Alfie McBain down the inside. We've got an investigation for the number 2 of Oscar Waugh. Let's see whether it's contact into one or a potential jump start. We'll find out which in a few moments' time. So Stansmore Wilson leads from Caden Welch. Over the timing line then for the first time. It's Stansmore Wilson, Welch, War. Then it's Maya Simpson who gets past Joseph Yao in the tail end of lap number 1. Yao in 5th, Benson, Parry, McBain, Jacob Carnes. Having a quick look to see if anybody's plumped for slicks. It's going to take them a few laps to, if it is, to get them up to temperature. Has anybody rolled the dice? South Bank is still very, very wet. But the lap times are within 4 seconds of what would be full slick times. Stansmore Wilson. Everybody in the front looks to be on wets. We're just having a quick look out the combox window. Don't think anybody's plumped for slicks. So it looks all wet. And as Oscar War is down the inside of Caden Welch into hairpin number 1. Good move by the number 2. They head down the back straight. Moves further down the order as well. Looked like that was Samuel Yeadon trying to find a way past William Howard for 10th place. Stansmore Wilson with a gap of half a second. Just a fraction more on the previous lap from Caden Welch. Now she's got Oscar War behind her. Just into the live chat. Onboard Birrell saying good luck to Oliver O'Donovan. Great first heat. Micah Racing as well, just asking, was there 2 finals going on in the last race? Yes, there was. We had Intermax and Honda R200 in that one. So both interclasses, but with different engines on. We've got another investigation this time for the 7 of Alfie McBain. Currently running in 7th place for the number 7. Although I think he's making his way through and could be a little bit higher this time. He could be in 6th. In fact, it's going to be 5th as he slides emphatically down the inside of Sebastian Benson. I'm not sure how much he knew about that slide till he caught the curb on the inside. Stansmore Wilson continues to lead. Gaps Oscar War by another 2/10. Alfie McBain then in the number 7 is the driver to watch on a charge and up into 5th place, gaining 2 places on the previous lap. Stansmore Wilson with the fastest lap of the race so far, albeit that again on the opening lap when no chicane was taken, so you'd expect that from the driver on pole position. Stansmore Wilson leads then. Oscar War, the gap comes down by 0.3 of a second to the race leading Isabella Stansmore Wilson from Oscar War. In the previous lap, though, Alfie McBain in 4th place was nearly a second quicker than Maya Simpson in front. And I wonder if we've got a driver there on slick tyres. Do we have Alfie McBain playing the different game? And there's contact between McBain and Maya Simpson as Simpson tries to squeeze down the back straight off camera. Just about pick it up as they come up towards. And there's contact. McBain and Maya Simpson are off. You can see it on the outside there of hairpin number 3. And Alfie McBain and Maya Simpson, who had been arguing all the way down the back straight and round South Bank. That argument culminates at hairpin 3 as the 2 of them come into contact. McBain is on wets. He just had loads and loads of pace. Stansmore Wilson returns the 0.3 that Oscar War took out of her on the previous lap and extends the lead back out to 1.2 seconds. So she leads from Oscar War and Caden Welch. There's an investigation post-race for the 96 of Maya Simpson, as well as as well as the 2, which is Oscar Ward. I don't know whether that should be a 7 for Alfie McBain, but they were the 2 that came together, was Simpson and McBain, was still battling on the way out of the corner. This is where we need to be watching, and we certainly are. Jacob Carnes in the 22, moving through into 6th place. Samuel Yeadon moves 10th to 7th in 1 lap. Maya Simpson falling down the order again after that difficult lap a few moments ago where her and Alfie McBain came into contact. Jacob Carnes and Samuel Yeadon. There's Carnes in the yellow suit, red and blue kart. Now it's Yeadon down the inside as Carnes just drives all the way around the 22 and moves through. Looks like that's William Howard in front who's moved through as well. So Carnes will have dropped out of 6th place. So we've got Stansmore Wilson still leading with a warning on the board for Oliver O'Donovan. Sebastian Benson in 4th. Josh Parry, Will Howard up to 6th place for William Howard. In front of Samuel Yeadon, Jacob Carnes and Alfie McBain, Maya Simpson, Holly Swan, Morgan Cooney. Then it's Oliver O'Donovan, Joseph Yao in 8th place. I wonder if he's gone slicks because the race has not gone quite right for Joseph Yao. Picks up a contact warning on the previous lap. It's been falling away in terms of lap time from the start. So maybe he's on wets but just gone high on pressure and they've gone over the top. Just pick up a warning. Stansmore Wilson has gone missing. Lost Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Here she is coming over the timing line. And has had an off at hairpin 1. I was looking at the times further down. Yao is off with a problem. But Isabella Stansmore Wilson, apologies that we missed that. Well, obviously everybody except Isabella Stansmore Wilson, who had a comfortable lead. But is now down and is about to be overtaken by William Howard for 4th place. So Stansmore Wilson, who looked set for victory here, now sees Will Howard down the inside in the 27. Oscar Ward leads then from the 24 of Caden Welch. Then it's Sebastian Benson, that's your top 3. William Howard up into 4th place and sets a personal best. Half a second quicker than Sebastian Benson, but 3 seconds behind the 75. Still charging. Then there's a 3-kart battle that sees Alfie McBain in the mix again with Josh Parry and the 118 of Samuel Yeadon. McBain finding a way through on Parry into hairpin number 1. Will now try the run down the back straight and then just slides out the slipstream and down the inside of Samuel Yeadon. There is McBain on screen. He's moved through on Josh Parry and Samuel Yeadon on that previous lap. Oscar Ward gaps Caden Welch by 0.6 of a second. Sebastian Benson closing in on Welch, but 2.3 behind. William Howard closing in on Benson again, but again, it's only a few tenths when they need seconds. Stansmore Wilson, P5. Alfie McBain, P6. Jacob Carnes has found a way past Josh Parry. On the previous lap, Parry dropping 3 places. Looks like the tyres are gone on that kart. It's always difficult to just, it's a stab in the dark. It's an educated guess at best in drying conditions. As Oscar Ward crosses the timing line with 35 on the clock, 2 laps to go. At the front of this one, gap is 2.6 seconds. Personal best by Alfie McBain in 6th place. He tries to catch up onto the back of Isabella Stansmore Wilson and then slides wide at hairpin number 1. And the hard-working closing in Stansmore Wilson will have to be done again. Then we're about 6 deep behind Josh Parry. We've got Alfie McBain and Samuel Yeadon in between. There is Yeadon on camera at the moment. We'll let him come through, and then that's the battle behind is Parry, Carnes, Holly Swan, Maya Simpson, Oliver O'Donovan and Morgan Cooney. Final lap for the leader, Oscar Ward. Gap is 3.5 seconds. Back to Caden Welch and Sebastian Benson, William Howard and Isabella Stansmore Wilson Alfie McBain, Samuel Yeadon and Josh Parry, Jacob Carnes, Maya Simpson, Oliver O'Donovan past Holly Swan for 10th and 11th respectively, then Morgan Cooney. Leader is out onto the back straight and heading towards South Bank as Alfie McBain goes down the inside of Isabella Stansmore Wilson at hairpin number 2 for 5th place. Your leader, Oscar Waugh, out of hairpin number 3 and 4 towards the checkered flag for Oscar Waugh to win the final here at Teesside. Started the day 13th, ends it on the top of the podium for Oscar Waugh. From Caden Welch and Sebastian Benson, your top 3. Will Howard, a superb drive through from 9th to finish in 4th place in front of Alfie McBain and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Samuel Yeadon, 11th to 7th. Jacob Carnes, 15th to 8th in front of Josh Parry and Maya Simpson. It's Oliver O'Donovan, Holly Swan, Morgan Cooney, Angad Nagra, Evelyn Bai and Joseph Yao retiring with 5 laps to go. Micromax will be up next. It'll be Noah Wicklow and Evan Mellor on the front row with Sebastian Crawford behind. Run through my final memory of the 2024 season. And that comes from Chris Bell as his daughter Layla took pole position at both the first and last round of the season. Both outstanding driver efforts, despite what he calls some shoddy mechanicking by himself. Don't do yourself down, fortunately, but Layla with pole possession on the first and the final round for her. That brings a close to the memories of 2024 that everybody messaged in. We've covered them all, so thank you very much. 2 more races then here at Teesside with our Micromax up next and then our final for Senior Rotax after that. Right, here we go then. Noah Wicklow's going to have to slow it right down because they're making their way up towards the lap. And Evan Mellor should be second, but I don't know whether the 17's got a problem or whether he's just going to let the other 2 go off the front and slot in behind. But he's got his arm up, so I don't know if he's got a problem or if he's just going to let these front 2 go. We could be down by 33% of our entrants before we start. We're away and racing with Wicklow and Crawford in this 10-minute plus 1 lap final. And it looks like there is a problem. We've got a plug oil up here by the look of it for Evan Mellor. His trip to Teesside could well end in disappointment as Noah Wicklow and Sebastian Crawford make their way round hairpin number 1, but Evan Mellor being the kart slowly heading into pit lane. A disappointing end for what's been a respectable first outing for the driver joining us from Liverpool. I think that kart may well just get into pit lane under its own steam. Well, it is a slight uphill incline into the pit lane, so he is going to get a little bit of help from the marshals as he goes back in, but unfortunate there. We head back towards the front. Noah Wicklow and Grayson Crawford, both still on wet tyres, and as the track begins to dry now, let's see whether Wicklow, who hasn't quite had the measure of Sebastian Crawford in the we call wet to damp conditions. Now with an almost dry line round this track, well, just have to park the kart nicely, because Crawford, in order to overtake, is going to have to come off the racing line, which he may well do on that run up towards South Bank. He goes to the inside, all the way round goes Noah Wicklow, and closing the door, and then Crawford tries to dive back through again. We'll look to get the switch back on the exit, but Wicklow just parks the kart on the inside, and in what has been a race of one, mainly throughout this day in the full wet conditions for Sebastian Crawford at the front, he's had probably around about half a second a lap or so on Noah Wicklow, and then there's a little bit of contact into hairpin 1. Just need to be careful. Yeah, it's not going to impact him because there's nobody behind, but Wicklow there with a little bit of a arm wave, just maybe a calm down indicate as they run up towards South Bank. Wicklow with the wide line round the outside once again, with enough that he feels to hold on from Sebastian Crawford, and then we'll do the same into hairpin 4 and then just park the kart on the inside to stop Crawford getting the run out. Driving very well at the moment is Noah Wicklow. It's hairpin 1 where they have a differing idea of where the braking point is, and that almost caught them out on the previous lap, and this time it's Crawford down the inside, and Wicklow sees him coming, allows him to sail straight through down the inside, and akin of what they do in Top Gear, where he just hits the brakes and lets him fly by. Noah Wicklow slides back down the inside and leads once again from Sebastian Crawford. Whoa, the way round the outside goes Crawford. Gets a good run out of hairpin number 4 and gets the good drive over the timing line and finds a way through. There were 0.008 between the two of them as they came over the timing line, but now it's Sebastian Crawford at the front. Can Noah Wicklow stick with and go with the driver of the 16? Can he fight back? Crawford, who has been the fastest driver in this class today, on a track that was considerably wetter than what it is now. We'll see whether he's got the pace to break away from Noah Wicklow. Certainly hasn't in the first lap. The gap will be 2 or 3 tenths as they cross the line, but it's might be a bit more now because Wicklow has slid wide round the national loop. There's a very, very narrow racing line that's dry round there, and Wicklow just dropped the left rear out onto the onto the wetter part of the track and slid wide. Gets his head back down though, down this back straight. Still not at half race distance yet, so still plenty of time for Noah Wicklow to try and close back in on Grayson Crawford. Crawford with the fastest lap on the previous lap of a 50.7 is now a 50.3, and the gap is out to 1.1 second. So time starting to tumble even on these wet tyres. I wonder if any of the seniors are going to plump for slicks in their final, which will be up in just over 7 or 8 minutes time. We'll see whether any of them are going to risk, see whether they can make their way forwards. I say it's a 6-kart grid for the Senior Rotax final, and I'd give it a, if I was outside the top 3, very little to lose. Let's go slicks and see what we can do, but we'll find out if anybody's feeling brave or not. At the front, gap was 1.13 seconds on the previous lap. 2 tenths quicker that time round by Noah Wicklow. on Sebastian Crawford. Crawford still with the fastest lap of the race, but Wicklow with a personal best. And again, we've mentioned it before about tyres. It's a shot in the dark. At the best, it's an educated guess based on prior experiences as to whether them tyres are going to last. Do you go low on pressure and wait for them to build up, or do you go high on pressure and try and break away early and then hope that either people have matched your idea or will argue between them? Well, there's no arguing this time round because we're down to 2 karts from what was an original 3 with Evan Meller not taking the start. Looks like the gap is back out again. It is indeed 1.3 seconds this time as Sebastian Crawford does a 50.4 with a 50.8 by Noah Wicklow. So, looks like Noah Wicklow does certainly have the pace over 1 lap, but just needs to string it together on a more consistent basis, whereas Sebastian Crawford has been supremely consistent with lap times of 50.3 to 50.6 pretty much throughout this race and the final few laps since he's got to the front. So Wicklow certainly does have the pace, just needs to string them together in a more consistent manner. Like I say, the gap now is 1.3 on the previous lap. Looks a fraction closer. Indeed it is. It's down to just under 1.2 for Wicklow. Still 2 minutes to go, which I think will be 4 laps. So Wicklow still in touching distance in that 53. Takes a really tight line out into hairpin 2, but it definitely works for him where he gets the car actually up onto the curbs on the inside. And that uses the concrete to help rotate that number 53 machine. Out of hairpin 4 they come. Lapping in the 50s, so we're under 1 minute 40, which would be the time we'd need for an extra lap at the end. So I think it's 3 to go. Drivers matching each other almost identically. Less than half a tenth between the two of them on that previous lap. So Crawford continues to hold off Noah Wicklow. It was a close battle in heat number 2, or that was caused by Crawford's excursion at hairpin number 3 that lost him nearly 7 seconds, and then fought back to take the victory at the final corner. It was a similar gap of around about 5 seconds in heat number 1 as well. This one's been a lot closer, and he's had to work for this, but currently leads. Gap looks fairly similar to what it has been throughout for the last couple of laps. 40 seconds on the clock, 2 laps to go. Wicklow takes a 10th out, but then once again slides wide round the national loop, and the 10th that he gained looks like it could have lost him 2 or 3. But still, for a driver that's only 6 months or so into his Micromax career, still got plenty of time to develop in that number 53 machine. At the front though, Sebastian Crawford, a lap and a half away from glory, as he makes his way round hairpin number 3 and hairpin number 4, albeit with a dab of oversteer. He needs just to hold on. Sees the final lap board with the gap looking to have extended. It is indeed out to just under 1.4 seconds. But just needs to go round here at the final lap without a problem. Just needs to keep pushing. Still being pressured though by Noah Wicklow. Can't ease up. But, we'll still have to work hard. Down the back straight they go for the final time. Wicklow looks a little bit closer, but looks like it could all be in vain. Into the right-hander of hairpin number 3 they go. Crawford again with a little bit of oversteer. Wicklow closing in these final few corners. Grayson Crawford, though, will come through to take a hard-earned victory in the 16 from Noah Wicklow, who led the early phase of the race and certainly had the pace to go with and challenge Sebastian Crawford. Just a few little early teething problems in terms of just the consistency of line cost him a few tenths when he was closing in lap on lap round the national loop for Noah Wicklow, but certainly a drive with a huge amount of potential to go forward in this Micro Max class. It is, though, Sebastian Crawford who takes the victory to go with his Heat 2 success as well. And he takes the Teesside O plate here in the number 16 machine. He takes victory in the penultimate race of the day here at Teesside Autodrome. Hey up, mate, you alright? Yeah. Good. Want to chat? So, seniors are out in a minute. I'll run through their grid now. It's Morgan Hudson Brown and Owen Spears on the front row. Yeah. In fact, no, it's not. That was the order for the last one. Finley Watson actually picking up a 5-second penalty for the contact with Morgan Hudson Brown, but it will be those two off the front row with Pip Morris and Paul Swan on row 2. Leo Thompson and Owen Spears on row number 3. Joined in the commentary box by Luca, who's just scored his first podium here on a visit to Teesside. Are we happy with that?
Yeah.
Good. Tell me how to pronounce your surname, because I can guarantee I've got it wrong all day.
Luca Vicoki.
Yeah, I've not said it like that. No. No, I'm very much a say it as you see it type of commentator, and I've not pronounced it like that, but you've corrected me, and that's brilliant. Happy with your first visit up here to Teesside? I certainly would be.
Yeah.
Good. And where are you from?
Inverality, northeast corner of
That's
Scotland.
up there, isn't it? I can tell A,
Yeah.
by your accent, and B, by the fact that I've never heard of the place, so it must be miles away. Are you planning on travelling to GYG or to Three Sisters for the next 2 rounds, or are you just enjoying a trip to Teesside between Christmas and New Year?
I don't really know, because my dad works offshore, so we might be going if he is onshore.
Good. Well, you stick around, just because we're about to start here. No, we're not. We've gone too quickly. Morgan Hudson Brown has a lead of about 3 seconds over the line, so we're going to have another go at that one. How long we've been racing, young man?
I think 2 years in cadets now.
Good. And obviously, as we know, it rains a lot up there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hence why you've been proper quick on this damp track. How were the conditions in the final? It did seem like it was starting to dry up a little bit towards the end. There was a nice dry line for you to attack.
Yeah, the tyres I had on, I think they were the perfect for that condition. I got to choose the tyres I qualified on, what were a bit more scrubbed than the ones that I was on in the heat before. So I chose them, and then I think I was fast.
Good stuff. Luca, thank you for joining us in the commentary box. Really appreciate it. I'm going to get back to this final race of the day. You've got to stick around to collect a trophy, though, which is going to extend your day a little bit.
Yeah.
I reckon Mum wants to probably get back home. It's Christmas, isn't it? But you've got to stick around for a trophy. Luca, thank you very much for joining me. We are away and racing in our Senior Rotax class as Morgan Hudson Brown leads us up to the first corner. Thank you very much. As he makes his way through. Finley Watson in second place. Paul Swan with a good start is up into third place from 4th. Pip Morris slots down into 4th place. Owen Spears and the 179 of Leo Thompson. Spears, who only picks up half points from his heats because he got a disqualification in heat number 1. At the front, though, it's Morgan Hudson Brown and Finley Watson once again. They were very close in heat number 2. I mean, at one point, they were far too close in heat number 2 because they came together, hence why Watson picked up a penalty. Hudson Brown is on wets. Watson is on slicks. I think we've got a bit of a game to play here. Can Finley Watson get enough heat in them tyres before Morgan Hudson Brown escapes at the front? Anybody else on slicks? I think Owen Spears might be as well. In the 43. Keep an eye out on this, because now Finley Watson already looks like he's got enough heat in them tyres. It's South Bank and Hairpin 3 that will cause him problems. After that, the rest of the track is dry. Let's see whether Let's see how they go this time round as they come over the timing line. And Finley Watson is half a second quicker than Morgan Hudson-Brown at the front of this race. Hudson-Brown, who we're fairly sure is on wets, and Finley Watson, who I'm fairly sure is on slicks. And Watson doesn't need to rush this. Then wets are only going to go worse for Hudson-Brown as they head up towards South Bank. Watson's on the inside, Hudson-Brown on the outside. As Morgan Hudson-Brown finds his way back through in that corner. It'll be the same in hairpin 3, but then Finley Watson on the slick tyre will come back into it from about now all the way up to South Bank once again. The difference being that Hudson-Brown's tyres are only going to get worse and Finley Watson's are only going to get better, but they've got to be careful. They've already come together once so far in this race day, and once again, Finley Watson with a levering wide of Morgan Hudson-Brown into hairpin number 1. Warning for the 33, even if he picks up a penalty, he's just got to gap Morgan Hudson-Brown by 5 seconds or so, which I think is more than capable of doing in this race, given that Hudson-Brown's wets are only going to work round South Bank and hairpin number 3. Owen Spears on slicks as well in 3rd place. I feel it's only a matter of time before he finds a way past Morgan Hudson-Brown as well, and the inevitable happens almost immediately. Through goes Owen Spears at the National Loop. Morgan Hudson-Brown, who went with the slicks, went with the wet, we knew that slicks were going to come at some point, and even at the start of the day, I said, I wonder if Senior Rotax will have a few of our runners on slick tyres. We certainly do, as they tiptoe round hairpin number 3 and do similar towards hairpin number 4, but then they're going to gap away by around about 1.5 seconds a lap through this dry section to Morgan Hudson-Brown, who may even struggle to hold on to 3rd place as well, because Pip Morris is 1.2 quicker. I think he's on slicks as well. 6 minutes to go in this race, and Morgan Hudson-Brown, with 2 race victories so far, is going to slide off the podium on wet tyres. Unfortunately for Hudson-Brown, the dice rolled, and it did not land favourably, unfortunately, for the number 25. At the front, the gap, just under 1 second between Finley Watson and Owen Spears on that previous lap. Spears with an overtake as well in that one. I think the gap could be out a little further. Indeed it is. 1.2. Watson turning the screw. 44.4 the lap time on that previous lap. And then Spears, he's gone onto the wet on the outside of hairpin number 1 and slides wide. And Finley Watson now has got, I won't say 2 hands on the trophy, but he's got at least 2 thumbs and 7 fingers holding on to the O-plate and the trophy at the moment now, as Owen Spears loses nearly 1 second at hairpin number 1 by sliding wide. 3rd place, though, still sees Morgan Hudson-Brown holding off Pip Morris. Morris on the slick tyre. Morgan Hudson-Brown on the wets. So they run through, and now Hudson-Brown, the tyres are probably about as bad as they're going to be, and they're not going to get any worse. So at least he's comfortable in knowing what the position is with those tyres, and now he's just got to park the kart strategically, but now Morris will have the run down the back straight. South Bank's where Hudson-Brown will have more grip and then should be able to come back down the inside, particularly into hairpin 3. There's some debris was kicked up there off their karts, and there is Hudson-Brown back down the inside into hairpin 3, but then Pip Morris will just get on the power and can drive away around the outside of Morgan Hudson-Brown up towards the D chicane, and you'll see now as they make their way round just the gap that Morris is going to pull in the just round 1 corner is nearly 1 second. We've got a warning for the 25 of Morgan Hudson-Brown. I think that was because he tried to squeeze Pip Morris out of hairpin number 3. But Morris is through and up into into third place now. Owen Spears, who lost 1.4 seconds earlier on as he slid wide at hairpin number 1, is still losing around about 4/10 a lap or so. Although he's stemmed that down to 2/10 on Finley Watson this time round. The gap, though, is 3.1 seconds, so it is a long shot for Owen Spears. He needs Finley Watson's tyres to not only go off, but to fall off a cliff at the end of this race to give him a chance of closing in that 3-second gap. Potentially lap traffic in front, although I'm not convinced they're going to catch Leo Thompson. Finley Watson through with 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. They're lapping in the 44s, so it will be 4 more laps of racing, so they may well catch some traffic in front of them. You've got to be careful and don't do what Spears did earlier on, which is just drop your wheel. There's basically a dry line and a half into hairpin number 1. If you drop your wheel onto the right-hand side and just use your slick tyre a little bit wet, you're just going to slide very, very wide, as Spears did. At the front, though, Finley Watson with a comfortable lead now for the driver who's made his way up from Dover. Will be taking a trophy and a Teesside O plate away with him for the long journey home. Spears in second place still, wrestling the number 43 kart with Pip Morris in third place. Morgan Hudson-Brown valiantly trying to hold on to that number 25 machine on wet tyres. That had done him so well for the first 2 heats of the day. Leo Thompson is off at hairpin 3. He's spun out of position, but that's allowed Finley Watson to get through without having to get through on lap traffic. 3 laps to go as Watson crosses the line with 1 minute on the clock, 45 seconds a lap. Here's the time, so he's going to make his way through. He'll cross the line with 15 or so seconds, so still plenty of time. Not for Owen Spears to close in, but for Finley Watson just to maintain his concentration. Watson leads from Spears, Morris, Hudson-Brown, Swan and Leo Thompson. Lap or so, 2 laps to go then for Finley Watson as he crosses the line now with, as we expected, 15 seconds on the clock for Finley Watson. Owen Spears and Pip Morris with almost identical lap times, albeit 4 seconds between the two of them in second and third place respectively. Spears, who's had to come through from 6th place into second. A day really of what could have been for the Nottinghamshire man as he was removed from the Heat 1 standings after a podium finish in that race. Contact with Finley Watson earlier on set them back down the order, and they both had to fight back through, and it was all for nothing for Spears. So points from only 1 heat meant he had to start this one from the back, and then a slight excursion at the start of this race as he dropped a wheel onto the wet line meant that he couldn't really challenge Finley Watson, but Finley Watson in the 33 would have been a hard act to catch anyway. He's gapped the field lap on lap. Don't think he's been beaten in terms of the Delta going green and anybody catching him throughout this race. The gap is out to 5.4 seconds as Finley Watson makes his way round hairpin number 3 for the final time. 4 is navigated safely, and the 33 comes through to win the final race of the day here at the Teesside Winter O Plate, the first round of the Teesside Winter Series. Owen Spears crosses the line for second place. Pip Morris in third for your podium at this Teesside O Plate. Morgan Hudson Brown crosses the line in P number 4 from Paul Swan, the driver that I think was on wet tyres, and Leo Thompson, after the spin earlier on, also takes the checkered flag to finish in 6th place. Swan then will take the checkered flag. That brings the final runner to take the checkered flag here at Teesside. As we mentioned, the first of 3 rounds of this O-Plate meeting. We go to Three Sisters on the 25th of January and the 26th. That's Saturday and Sunday. And similarly in February, we go to GYG on the 15th and 16th of February. So that's just after Valentine's Day. So treat your partner. Let's go to North Wales, have a weekend away. Bring the kart as well, and we'll see you racing at GYG. So 3 rounds of the Winter Series here at Teesside, and then the weekend after that will be our annual awards presentation at Leonardo Hotel in Middlesbrough, where all of our trophies from the summer season 2024 and the 24-25 Winter Series will be handed out. We're back tomorrow on the TSK-Motorsport Media YouTube channel. Racing starts at 11 o'clock for a 4-hour endurance moped mayhem race running from 11 till 3 o'clock on the full international circuit here at Teesside. If you're local, come and watch. If you're not local, definitely tune in. Give us a like on the stream as well to let us know that you have enjoyed your day's racing here at Teesside. Give us a subscribe. Thank you very much to everybody that's tuned in and watched. Thank you for everyone that's braved the cold to come here racing at Teesside. We'll see you in a month's time at Three Sisters. Until then, I've been David Sullivan. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And for those here at the track, have a safe journey home.